Hey dreamers, welcome to this safe haven for restful sleep, where we create your sleep stories together. I'm Dan Jones, and tonight's bedtime story, weaved from your ideas, follows the adventures of Father Time as he journeys to another realm to free a galaxy trapped in a pearl grown in the heart of a sunflower. So I invite you to join me on this calming journey into Slumberland. And if you haven't already, and you feel more comfortable doing so, as we begin to relax, you can close your eyes, settle down comfortably, put aside any worries from the day, and lazily exhale. And have a sense of gazing at the evening sky, perhaps 40 minutes after the sun set, noticing the landscape around you bathed in shadows, the glint of golden light peeking from a point just beyond the horizon. The shades of blue darkening in the sky, and perhaps, for a moment, you can notice a rare sight when the light from behind the horizon refracts in the atmosphere to create a moment of indigo. You can imagine that indigo light carrying with it the magic of sleep as it travels into your eyes and begins to wash over and through you, bringing peace and calm to your body and mind. With each breath that you take, as I softly count down from 10 to 1 before we relax into the story. And I'm sure you have a good reason for wanting to have a good night's sleep. And you've probably had times in the past where having a good night's sleep would have helped. 10. And your mind can find its own way to relax in the magic of sleep. 9. And as your mind relaxes, so too can your body, perhaps letting relaxation happen, the head down or the feet up, whatever feels more natural for you. 8. And while listening to this, it's okay to let that deeper part of yourself take over, the automatic process of falling asleep. 7. And while it does, you can say to yourself, when I settle down to sleep, then I'll ignore distractions and I'll have a healthy night's sleep. 6. When I settle down to sleep, then I'll ignore distractions and I'll have a healthy night's sleep. 5. And when listening to this story, you don't have to do anything. You can listen along for a while or just drift straight to sleep, whatever's most comfortable for you. Or, as the process of sleep is an unconscious one, you can't consciously make yourself sleep. You have to let go, and it happens all by itself. Three. And sleep begins by closing the eyes and becoming very still and relaxed as a body. 2. And gradually you experience a shift in consciousness as your brain slows down and you start to fall deeper asleep, as if the first domino has toppled. 1. Now, as this bedtime story begins, over the next few minutes, you can drift asleep whenever feels right for you. And this is a bedtime story about Father Time. And Father Time spent most of their time standing in a house. And this house was like a large cabin in a pine forest. And Father Time stood in the corridor of the house, just a few paces down from the front door. And most of the time, Father Time was a grandfather clock, or so the people who lived in this house thought. They would come and go, and Father Time would stand tall and proud in that corridor, ticking and tocking, the pendulum swinging comfortably side to side, marking out each second that passes. The hands on the face, moving carefully around that face. The minute hand, just leisurely pacing around the clock face. And the hour hand doing so even more leisurely. And on every hour, Father Time let the house know. There'd be the whirring, spinning to life of cogs inside that grandfather clock, like it's coming to life for a moment. And then a bell would chime within it. And that bell would chime out a certain rhythm, and then a ding or a dong for each hour that hour hand is pointed at. And every time the minute hand moves a quarter of the way round, that clock would whir and come to life and play out a small piece of song in a slightly discordant tune. And there'd be something endearing about that sound. But a lot of the time, those who lived in this cabin would be away and the house would be empty, the only sound being that clock. And most of the time, Father Time spent their time ticking and tocking in this corridor. And the interesting thing for Father Time was that time didn't really have the same meaning as it does to others, because Father Time was time. And Father Time was thus timeless. And so to Father Time no time would pass, as time passed for everyone else, until Father Time decided to slow down, because Father Time would exist at the rate and speed of time. In the same way that we exist at the speed of light, we just don't really realize it. And Father Time exists at the speed of time, and it's only when Father Time slows right down that Father Time then enters the material world. And one day when it's cold outside and the snow has settled across the land and in the trees, and silence echoed around the cabin, Father Time slowed down and awoke. And as Father Time awoke, so the grandfather clock transformed into a 7-foot man, Father Time, wearing a long brown coat, like rugged leather, worn through the ages, giving a look almost like the wood of that grandfather clock. And a large, droopy brown hat, and long brown hair, and a kind and timeless face. And as Father Time appeared here, So, time to everyone here appeared to stop. But no one whose time stops knows that time has stopped, because to them it's just a moment. And Father Time has a reason for being here. And they walk around the house, their boots echoing on the wooden floor. They look through the window and can see snowflakes hanging in the air like crystal stars, each one delicate, different to every other. And Father Time heads upstairs and looks around upstairs and can see an exquisite clock on a shelf in one of the bedrooms, mid-tick or perhaps tock. That wooden clock with a flat bottom that's wide and narrow, that's arched like a bridge over a river. With a clock face right in the centre, holding its time, waiting to start again. As Father Time continues looking around, and heads into another bedroom, and then a third, and then pulls down a ladder from the loft and heads up into the loft. And in the loft, Father Time finds a picture in a picture frame and picks up that picture and turns it over, unhooks the back to be able to look at the back of the picture in the picture frame. And there's some writing, just a small list of numbers. And Father Time remembers those numbers, puts that back on the picture frame, heads out of the loft and closes the hatch, and heads down and out of the front of the cabin, walking through that crisp snow, the sound of each step crunching underfoot, walking through the snowflakes hanging in the air, his body pushing them aside, those snowflakes in front of his face, tickling around his nose, his cheeks, feeling the coolness of the air as he walks. And he walks away from that cabin, heading into the woods, with those numbers memorized. And while he walks through the woods, occasionally brushing against branches of the trees, knocking the snow off those trees as it cascades to the floor, and with a dull thud lands in small heaps on the floor. And it's only the bits that he touches that temporarily get imbued with the power of time, almost like his movement creates an aura of time just around him, like a slight cloud of time that allows him to interact with those things right next to him. And allows him to be able to move through this space and to experience this space. And Father Time walks deeper and deeper into this pine forest. The scent of pine gently wafting from the nearby trees as he passes. And as he walks, he's following the coordinates, those numbers in his mind. And so from time to time he makes turns, changing direction. He knows where he is and where he's going. And he continues walking through this pine forest until eventually he finds a wide stream, and it's quite shallow, and it's mid-flow. And he steps at the edge of the stream where there's ice along the side, his foot cracking that ice gently, the sound of that ice breaking with the pressure of his foot, and the water beneath his foot flowing slightly. And he starts to follow this stream. And as he walks along the edge of the stream, so the stream flows gently alongside him. And there's a very slight, unusual pattern in the water as the water behind dips down, as the movement tapers off behind him towards a bit of stream that's not moving, while the water in front bulges up slightly, where the water where he is moving and catches up with the water which is stationary. But with each step, that point of stationary water is moving gradually further away, and so there's always this slight bulge of water, keeping about the same distance in front of him at all times. And he follows this stream until eventually he comes to a gentle waterfall, like waterfall down a row of comfortable, gently descending steps. And he walks down the side of the waterfall. And he's curious about the waterfall. He likes the sound of waterfalls, and so he reaches over, crouching down, and he places his hand gently into the water partway down that waterfall, and the water begins flowing. And it's flowing around his hand and flowing down, and he can hear the trickling, flowing waterfall sound. And he can feel the coolness of that water around his hand creating the most comfortable numbness in the hand, like a pleasant blueness setting in through his hand, bringing comfort and calmness from his hand up through his arm, and then down through his body, almost like the waterfall is washing away any negativity, any worries, any pain or discomfort of any kind. Like water just seems to naturally be healing now. And down near this waterfall, he can smell the fresh smell of that water. And he continues following this stream. And as he follows the stream, so it seems to be getting deeper and deeper. And as it's getting deeper and deeper, it's getting wider and wider, turning into more of a river than a stream. And the landscape begins to open up. And it's still filled with snow, but there's more of a clearing here. The sun able to shine more onto the snow, making the surface of that snow glisten and shine. And then he sees, just around a corner in the clearing, the first signs of a structure. And it's a bulbous, tall, red windmill. And on the side of the windmill is a water wheel. And this river is flowing straight to that water wheel, and then descending down a drop just past the water wheel. And at the moment, everything is stationary because there's no time over there. And so he heads over towards that windmill. He crosses a bridge to the other side of the river. And he walks into that windmill. And inside the windmill, he can now hear it whirring to life. His time emanating to the inside of this windmill. And he finds what it is he's looking for. That this windmill is actually a Faraday cage. And he's placed in this Faraday cage. And being in the Faraday cage means that time outside of this windmill starts back up again. Because his influence isn't penetrating through the Faraday cage. And what is inside the windmill starts back up because it's close enough to him for it to have time. And so he goes to the centre of this windmill. And in the centre of the windmill is a radio, and it's an old-fashioned radio that's been here for probably a couple of generations. And he turns on that radio, and he begins to turn the dial, and it's crackling and clicking, until eventually the sound of a radio show appears on the radio, seemingly impossibly, from within inside a Faraday cage. And there's a tinny voice speaking on that radio show. And Father Time listens to that voice and keeps listening and listening, looking out for something very specific, a point where the voice repeats. And then that voice repeats, and Father Time realizes, and it confirms the voice is on a loop, and it's a message contained within the rhythm of the voice. Is a code. And so the rhythm of the voice, Father Time understands and works out that code, that rhythm. And then begins to move a few levers around, change some of those cogs to new locations, to doing new jobs as the windmill turns. And the inside of the windmill begins to now generate electricity, and this current whirs up, whirring louder and louder. And a circle of metal begins to spin, and electricity begins to jump around that circle of metal, and then begins to arc to the Faraday cage. And Father Time just stands there as it whirs up. And then he goes over to where the wheel is at the side, makes some changes there, adding extra power from the water that's powering that. And it continues to whir louder and louder until the electricity is arcing and jumping so much it's almost just like a continuous blue spark emanating entirely from around that ring. And then in a flash, all of the machinery continues, and yet there's silence and just a big black space in the middle of this Faraday cage inside this red windmill. And Father Time walks towards that big black space. passes through the space and comes out in a different reality. And in this reality, time is ticking along as usual. Grass is blowing in the breeze. Trees are rustling. Clouds are passing overhead. And a cat is sat, just sleeping in this meadow. And Father Time walks through this meadow, away from that infinitely black space behind him, just hovering in the air. And the cat glances up and notices him, and so comes over and introduces themselves. And they introduce themselves as Louis. They say that they're the gatekeeper here. And Father Time reaches down, pets Louis, says who they are, and Louis says that they'd like to be followed. They ask Father Time to follow. Father Time walks along beside the cat. As the cat walks away from the meadow, through some beautiful woodland, carpeted with the springiest, softest moss, almost like walking on the softest bed as a child. Until eventually, through this woodland, Louis shows Father Time to an entire village built within the trees, high up in the trees, around the middles of the trees, across the floor of this woodland. And there's a dog hanging out some washing. There's a dog doing some laundry, scrubbing down some clothes. There's a badger wrapped up snugly in the most colourful patchwork quilt, just sleeping on a bed made of ferns, almost like a hammock hanging outside. A house built into a tree. And as Louis shows Father Time through this village in the woods, Louis shows Father Time all the way to a small little house right at the back of the village. And Father Time crouches down as low as he can go. And the cat sits down. And Father Time taps with one finger on the door of this house. And a cricket using a match like a staff, opens the door and introduces themselves and says that their name is Tinsel. And Tinsel says that it was known that Father Time was visiting. It's been known for a long time that Father Time was going to visit, and that they'll go and get what they came for. And they ask Father Time to hold their staff for a moment as they pop back into their home. And they come out with a seed which to them is almost like someone carrying a melon. And with a finger and a thumb, Father Time takes that seed and Tinsel says that you'll need to go through the rest of the woods and you'll find some old ruins. And the old ruins, kind of an illusion. And when you get to those old ruins, plant that seed, apply some water and wait. And so Father Time leaves here, continues on through this woodland, sounds of birds singing in the trees, rustling leaves, the light so delicately dancing before Father Time eventually passing out the other side of the woods, following a dirt track, until eventually finding their way to what seems like some old ruins. And these ruins are covered in moss and look like they've been ruins for a very long time. And Father Time should know the impact of time. And with one hand, they dig a small hole in what looks like the perfect dirt location. They place that single seed, cover that over. They walk down to the stream that's passing through this area, and it's barely more than a trickle. They gather up some of that water just between their two hands, carefully carrying that over to that seed, pulling their hands apart as that water soaks into the mud. And then they sit down and cross their legs and wait and wait and wait. And as they wait, they don't know how long they'll be waiting for. How long does it take for a plant to grow, if the seed is the seed of a plant? And they continue waiting as the sun sets, the moon rises, the moon sets, the sun rises, the sun sets, day after day, and they sit there so relaxed, so focused, just waiting patiently like they've got all the time in the world, until they notice the tiniest little hint of green poking up from the mud, drawing their focus in deeper as they continue to watch. And day after day, that tiny bit of green turns into a stalk, gets wider, gets some leaves, grows taller, gets some more leaves and grows even taller still, growing taller and thicker and taller, getting some more leaves, showing signs at the top, like a flower may well end up growing. And after a very long period of time, the flower begins to open, and the flower is now at the same height as a standing Father Time. And it opens one day with the most incredible yellow petals that are almost velvet to the touch, and the sweetest scent, triggering a deep sense of relaxation. And once the flower has fully opened, the sun catches those petals and seems to almost direct the sunlight to a point in the front of the flower. And seems to begin to transform the front of that flower as it begins to change from being soft and almost fluffy to beginning to harden up, and then gradually becoming smoother and smoother. And over the course of a few days, during each day while the sun shines on the flower, that hardens up and gets smoother and smoother, until eventually it starts developing an unusual sheen, like a giant pearl hugged by the petals of that flower. And then one day, the head of the flower just seems to slump forward a little, as if it's time. And that giant pearl just falls to the ground and just thuds down onto the ground, almost like a giant ball bearing. It was so heavy, it didn't seem to even bounce, it just thudded down into the ground. And then the petals started to wither, and Father Time leant down and with a little bit of effort picked up that pearl, took the pearl over to the small stream and washed the outside of that pearl just to clean off any bits of mud. And while rubbing the outside of the pearl, Father Time was able to notice that contained within the pearl looked like a hologram of an entire galaxy, silently spiraling around. And Father Time lifted that up, held it up in front of the sun to see if the sunlight shining through that pearl would manage to light it up enough to see the inside clearer. But what happened instead is Father Time began to notice something strange happening. Their legs seemed to almost root themselves in place. Their arm seemed to root itself in place, almost like a thick branch of a strong oak tree. That pearl resting at the end of their hand. Their eyes fixed firmly on that galaxy in that pearl, as the sun seemed to shine the light now, with the light starting to spread out like a cone towards Father Time, around Father Time's face, bringing warmth to his face. And he found himself feeling a sensation of lightness in the light, a sensation of drifting and floating, of his body becoming so still it was almost as if he was unaware of it, almost like he was a consciousness in space as his body relaxed there, or like his body stopped being something he was aware of while his mind wandered and drifted into space, as it seemed to be beamed through consciousness into the pearl towards that galaxy. And almost like a timeless experience, his consciousness passed into the pearl. He saw that galaxy off before him. He had a sense of his consciousness accelerating rapidly towards that galaxy, seeing the stars gradually seem to spread wider apart. As he headed into the stars of the galaxy and seemed to be heading towards one very specific star, about 2/3 from the center of this galaxy. And he had no control of this. He just enjoyed the experience of going with this flow. Knowing this was his mission. Until eventually he could make out the star and the planets around that star, and realized he was on course for one of those planets. And he could see that planet had some moons, as he finally touched down on that planet. But it took him a moment to begin to adapt to being here on this planet. He arrived as a consciousness, and as he looked down at his body, he realized that the body he seemed to be creating with his consciousness wasn't necessarily the body that was left back holding that pearl. His body was a little more than a foot shorter. And he felt that he looked very different, although he could only see his arms, his legs, and what he could see by looking down at himself. But he felt this was a very different type of body and an opportunity to learn what it's like to be roaming around from someone else's perspective. And he looked around himself, trying to figure out where he was, where he should go. What, perhaps, drew him here? And as he looked around, he could hear the sound of something flying in the sky, just beyond the hills nearby. And then from over the hills, he saw a dragon, its wings powerful, each beat thrusting a strong sound to his ears. It swooped around, and he could feel the rush of air as it passed by, and it circled and landed, and in the friendliest of voices, it greeted him. It said that his name is Scooter, and it said that you are here because you're a hero. And Father Time felt like they're no kind of hero. They've never done anything they would see as heroic. But Scooter said that you are a hero. You just don't know it yet. It's been told that you'll be here. It's been told that you are a hero. Everything that will ever happen has already been mapped out. You just don't know that yet. And Father Time didn't question this because there was a lot of strange things that had already happened. And they are perhaps a magical being that they control time. And the green dragon had a carpet resting on its back, more like a rug just resting there. And it reached around and pulled that rug off its back. And it told Father Time to climb onto the rug and keep up. And then ran a few paces before launching into the air and flapping his wings, as Father Time just stood by the rug. And Scooter circled round and called down that you need to lay the rug out and just sit on it and think about where you want to go. And Father Time laid that rug on the ground, sat on the rug, and thought about following Scooter. And while thinking about following Scooter, the rug raised up into the air, and with a bit of a jolt, chased after the dragon as it flew. And the dragon flew, flapping its wings, flying up as high as the clouds, weaving through those clouds, diving through those clouds like dolphins diving through waves. Father Time just flew up through the clouds once, and then flew above those clouds, looking down on them undulating below, watching as Scooter weaved up and down, spinning around, splashing down through the clouds, spiraling up through the clouds, turning his belly to the sky, arching his back, and heading backwards down through those clouds, almost playing in the air. As Father Time followed along. And then after some time, Scooter dived down through the clouds and said, "Follow me." And so Father Time dived down and followed. And once below those clouds, Father Time saw this most incredible scene, a vast forest, weaving rivers, a tall rock sticking up in the middle of that forest. Around the rock were waterfalls coming down from a lake on top of the rock, and on top of the rock was the most incredible looking palace with narrow and tall towers, tall spires on those towers, really grand, and an almost pure white, contrasting against all the colour, and a moat around the base of that palace, fading into the lake, and the waterfalls flowing and tumbling down the side of the rock face, and a path that seemed to spiral from the ground around the rock face from the bottom, a very long and winding road all the way to the top. And as they circled this palace, so Father Time could see a rope ladder hanging down one side, an almost impossibly long rope ladder, from the palace all the way down to the forest floor, way, way below. And Father Time called out to Scooter, asking who would ever use that rope ladder. And Scooter said that there is one here who says they just don't have the patience to walk all the way round over and over again, spiralling up to get to the palace. They'd rather work hard and direct and just climb from the base to the top. And said that you may meet them. Their name is Mongoose. And they're an unusual character. And around the base, among the forest, is dotted dwellings, like many small villages, and some larger structures, all dwarfed by this giant rock and that palace. And Scooter comes into land, weaving down to the palace. And almost skids to a halt on the almost polished palace floor, just outside the main palace door. As Father Time focuses on safely and without sliding landing that rug, which comes to a steady stop, and he rolls up the rug and hands it back to Scooter. And Scooter says, "You may need it later," and hands it back. And so Father Time takes a belt and attaches it to them, just around their back. And then Scooter says, "You need to go to the palace and knock on the door." And he goes over to the palace. He knocks 3 times on the door, each one reverberating and echoing through that door and through the palace the other side. And after his 3rd knock, he hears chanting beginning the other side, and the sounds of people milling around, almost like they're getting into position for something. And then with a click and a clank, the doors swing open either side. And just as they do, 2 large confetti cannons seem to explode off either side, confetti spraying high into the air, and then slowly descending, covering everything in small bits of paper in all colours. And people cheering, and people chanting. And it seems like there's a celebration going on. And Father Time seems to be the one being celebrated. But they haven't done anything yet. And so they walk along this path made for them, up to some steps where there's a queen sat on a throne, and the queen's face is beaming. And they say that you're here to help us. You just don't know how yet. And Father Time is a little curious. And the Queen turns to a scribe who stood beside them. And the scribe shows some writing in a book tells the story of Father Time's arrival, and that Father Time will arrive just in time to help. And then says we worked it out on the mystical abacus while looking over their shoulder at a sparkling, twinkling abacus near the wall, with thousands of small parts that have been moved left or right in different ways. And Father Time doesn't understand the abacus or what it is they're supposed to do. And the Queen says you have a skill that makes you the only one that can do what you're going to do. And they say they've got some gear for Father Time that they know Father Time will need. And they hand Father Time a bag of pipes. And Father Time takes that bag, and they're heavy and clanking next to him. And they say that you need to descend beneath the palace. You're the only one that can do this. You need to descend to the room deep under the palace, so deep it's lower than the surrounding forest. And down there, you need to build a certain object and use that object, and it will restore balance to the entire galaxy. This galaxy was captured out of time. It was plucked from the universe by a higher being and stored almost like a plaything, like an ornament for this higher being. And you're here to return that balance, to disconnect this galaxy and place it back into the universe. And only you have the skills, and so Father Time heads off with that bag, unsure exactly what it is that they'll be doing. They head through the palace, they begin to descend, walking down many steps, going deeper and deeper under the palace, seemingly walking for a ridiculously long time, further and further, deeper and deeper, spiraling gently down under the palace, until they eventually come to a door. They carefully open that door with a creak. They walk into the room here, and in the middle of the room is nothing. And so they place the bag down on the floor, and they take the pipes out of that bag. They look around the room, and they see that most of the room is curved. The ceiling is arched over. And they head to the only flat wall in this room. They lie all those pipes out on the ground. They begin to organise those pipes by size, and then start to build. They can see some markings on the wall, like something was here before. And as they start to build, so it seems to take a long time. And so they think about whether they can invoke their power over time to stop time while they work. As they focus and focus, they imagine a clock face in their mind. They imagine their time as a grandfather clock, the ticking and tocking of the pendulum as it swings left and right, left and right. And they have this sense of it swinging left and right, stopping slightly, taking a bit longer with each swing, until they have this sense of it swinging left and stopping and not swinging back. And then they open their eyes, keeping hold of this state. And they find they can't hear any sounds. They tap one of the pipes softly on the ground, and no echo comes from the walls, so they know that time is only around them. And if they go a little bit away from them, the time fades to being stopped, so the sound isn't managing to make it to the walls and back again. And they know now they have all the time they need to build whatever it is they need to build. As they start organising those pipes, largest to smallest, they start attaching them to the walls. They see some wood on the ground against one of the walls. They get that wood and they start shaping the wood and attaching the wood and the pipes together, building it up. And after what for them is a very long time, but for everyone else here is just no time at all. They manage to completely build an organ attached to this wall, and they play some of the notes, that sensation of pushing down on the keys, as at the same time they release time again, and the sound of the organ reverberates around the chamber. The walls begin to almost shake. They play different chords, different notes, and they notice that this chamber is almost like the chamber of a bell. And they try different combinations until they hit on the one that seems to synchronize and resonate with this space, causing this whole space to begin to create a note of its own. And they start to play around that note with different frequencies that synchronize with that note, so that before the note has faded, more different notes and combinations mix and merge, and the most beautiful sound begins to form around them, resonating up the chamber to the tip and then back down on them, getting it so that the notes resonate just right, that as they cross, as the sound waves pass, they enhance each other, and they play and almost go into a trance, playing this organ And then this entire space begins to vibrate at a much higher frequency. And while it vibrates and sound oscillates, so the walls start to go fuzzy, as if vibrating up and down rapidly. And that fuzz begins to turn into almost like a fog surrounding them, descending with the notes, like a song carried through that fog, filling this space. And then that fog gets denser and denser, and then gradually seems to spread out. And then as it dissipates, so the wall around them seems to change. As they look around, so they see not just this reality, but they see this whole reality beginning to vibrate and shift and resonate, almost like the entire galaxy is one giant musical instrument, with every star having its own sound, like every star is a member of an orchestra, and every planet is a musical instrument played by that member of the orchestra. And as this one planet resonates like the musical instrument it is, so that begins to make the planets around it start to resonate and play in synchrony. Like the star with these planets is playing its tune. And then the stars around that star start joining in this song, and then the stars around that star, like a ripple of music spreading out, while this playing just goes on here on this organ. Father Time just plays a song, playing from their heart. Until eventually they notice that the entire galaxy is playing a tune, and there's a harmonic resonance flowing through that galaxy, flowing at the speed of time, filling the galaxy, reverberating, bouncing around the edge of the galaxy and back to the center, almost pulsing back and forth like the whole galaxy is breathing. As if that breathing then starts taking on a life of its own. And Father Time stops playing, and yet the music continues all by itself. And as Father Time backs up away from the organ and heads to the door to this room, they notice that the sound they could hear, the music, that whole experience was contained to just being in this room. That once they back out of the room, they're unaware of it, like that was the chamber for this planet. And they ascend all those steps, finding their way back to the Queen. And the Queen says that change is happening, that their astronomers have already started reporting that they're seeing hazy images in the sky as galaxies they could once see are returning to view. And it's only because Father Time can control time that they're the right one to be able to help. And their knowledge that everything that can be has already happened. You just don't know it yet. Means they knew this was going to happen. So the celebration took place on arrival. And Father Time was handed the most beautiful flute in a red case lined with purple velvet, and told that any time in the future, when you're back in your time and your place, that you want to connect with anything in this galaxy, just play the flute and let your soul play through the flute. Just let the notes flow. And when you do that, you'll fall into a harmonic resonance with this place, and you'll find yourself here in this palace. And Father Time left and used the flying carpet to follow the dragon, to follow Scooter back the way they came. And then they sat down and they were told that to return your consciousness and take that flute with you. You just need to have a drink of these special herbs and spices. And so they scrunched up those herbs and spices, mixed them in some boiling water, and sat there with a cup and saucer and very daintily drunk that drink. And they noticed, while drinking the drink, that the drink had that sweet smell of the environment after it's rained, that smell of rain on soil, or when the ground is being warmed by the sun gently. And they found themselves closing their eyes to breathe in that smell from the cup. And as they breathed in that smell from the cup, so they started to hear birds singing. And they carefully opened their eyes and could feel their body starting to shift and move. Their arm was outstretched. The hand was now empty. There was no galaxy in a pearl in their hand. Their arms started to loosen up, and so did their shoulders and their back, and their neck all the way down to their feet as they relaxed. and they then returned back the way they came, stopping briefly to talk to Tinsel, to talk to Louis, to look around that village. And Louis handed them a pine cone for good luck. Said this will bring you good luck in the future. As they walked all the way back the way they came, passed through that jet black space of nothingness, back into the red windmill, powered down all the machine, found their way back to that cabin, and back in the cabin they walked over to the wall. They placed the flute in the cupboard under the stairs. They stood against the wall, closed their eyes, and had that sense of themselves turning back to that grandfather clock, ticking time as they went, just drifting into the consciousness of their mind, like their mind drifts and floats. While their body remains there, their mind drifts and floats, peacefully, so relaxed, into Slumberland, curious what future adventures might await. And in this bedtime story, there's a woman with a pet ferret. And she goes out one day, walking down her garden path, leaving the small gate at the end of the path. Her ferret on a little lead, walking alongside her, every now and then just glancing up at her, and then tootling along beside her, its legs rapidly moving as she strides along the pavement. And she walks that ferret along that pavement, along the side of the fronts of all the properties, some with fences, some with hedges, the occasional car passing by. And from time to time she finds herself drifting into her mind, drifting into daydreams while she walks. And as she walks and daydreams, so she can feel the lead sometimes go a bit tighter as the ferret stops walking, just for a moment or two. Other times, the lead hanging loose and limp as the ferret trots along beside her. And she walks to the end of the road and then turns down a small country lane and begins walking down that country lane, walking off the road and onto a very different surface, onto hardened mud, and the occasional leaf and some twigs cracking beneath her feet. Sounds of birds singing in the trees and the hedgerows. The sun shining across fields, catching in the tops of the trees, casting dappled light, dancing on the path before her as she continues to walk. And she makes this journey every day, normally twice a day. The two of them going out for these walks. While she walks, so she comes to an area where the hedgerow breaks for a moment, and there's just fence, just for a small gap. And she often stops at that point, rests her arms on the fence, and gazes out across the fields as they undulate away from her. The slight breeze blowing across the grass, creating a shimmering, wavy effect of light and dark green moving across the fields. And beyond the fields, there's the blue sky and some white, fluffy clouds. Just gently floating by, sometimes taking the forms of different animals, like an elephant in the sky, perhaps turning into a rabbit, and then maybe into a pelican, before beginning to fizzle out, just gently passing overhead. And as she gazes across the fields, so she can see two white horses in the field. And once one of them notices her, it stops eating and starts walking towards her, gently bobbing its head slightly up and down as it walks, whipping its tail slightly from time to time, just to move away the flies. And the occasional sound of the horse doing a long out breath, like it's trying to relax deeper as it walks over. The sound of its hoofs on the solid ground under that grass. And both horses come over, and she pets them, strokes their nose, pats the side of their neck, feeling the warmth, the texture of the horse's hair on the side of its neck, the feeling of its mane, feeling the warmth of its breath. And she notices there's something different about these white horses. They seem to be almost glowing ever so slightly. a way that's almost imperceptible, to the extent that she can't quite tell if they're just highly reflective or giving off the light themselves. And then one of the horses nudges her slightly, as if to try and communicate something. And she seems to have this feeling like the horse is asking her to climb over that fence. And she has a pouch in her top, and so she picks up the ferret, sits it gently in the pouch, its little head poking out the top, its two front paws resting, just to look around and see what's going on. She then rests her hands on the top of the fence, lifts herself up and perches herself on the top, swings her legs over and drops down the other side, as the horses step back just a little to give her some room to come into the field with them. And then both horses turn and start walking away, and then burst into a trot and then into a canter, heading around in a semicircular direction. And then reaching a gallop. And they seem to be shining and sparkling brighter and brighter, almost as if they're leaving a trail of lights behind them as they go. And the sparkling light begins to surround them as they gallop along. And then both, as they cross in front of each other, simultaneously seem to leap into the air. And as they do, in a bright flash of light, both seem to gain wings, and they fly round and land back down, trotting to a stop with the softest wings that she's ever felt, like the wings of an owl. And then one of the horses nudges her as if to try to nudge her towards their back. And so she walks along its side. She jumps up and sits on the horse, her legs just in front of its wings, resting her hands on the side of its neck, as both horses again begin to trot, canter and then gallop through the field, before carrying on, galloping but now up into the air, circling around, getting higher and higher, as the woman holds on tighter and tighter. And the ferret looks on with intrigue and excitement, watching the world down there, having never seen the world from so high up, having this new view of that land below. And then the horses line up one behind the other and continue to speed up faster and faster, until a light begins to form in front of and around those horses, in streaks of light, seeming to flash all around them. And then suddenly there's a sound like thunder, like a single crack of thunder. And then there's darkness. And silence. And then in that darkness, the woman notices stars overhead, of a strange, different night sky. A night sky of stars she's not familiar with. And she's looking around at that night sky, unsure where she is. She can still feel that horse beneath her, still feel the movement of its wings, still hear them flapping, and notice the sparkling appearing around the feet of the horse when she looks over and realizes that it's as if the horse is cantering along on a beam of light. On a beam of light that's shimmering and sparkling. As it begins to descend towards the landscape below, and in the darkness, with no moon in this sky, the woman can't work out what the landscape below looks like. All she's aware of is that there's a slight absence of stars on the horizon. And so on the horizon, there must be either forest or woodland, or perhaps distant hills or mountains obscuring the bottom part of the night sky. But the horse finds its way down to the ground, and both horses land on the ground, cantering along the ground, and then trotting, and then coming to a halt and resting up by a tree. And the woman can hear some running water, and there's a very slight glow still coming from these horses, enough for them to light this tiny area, so she can see that it looks like there's grass beneath them. There's the tree they've landed next to, and there must be a river or a stream quite close to this tree. And the horse bows its head again, and she dismounts. And the horse then nudges her gently in a direction, as if to encourage her to walk, nuzzling her forward. And so she just begins to walk in that direction, curious about the experience, where she is and where she's going, but trusting of these horses. And so as she walks along, barely able to see, she walks quite close to the water. She can't yet see the water, but she makes sure that she can hear it flowing and keeping the sound of that flowing at the same kind of distance from her. And as she walks, so the sound of the flowing gets a little louder, as if the water is flowing faster. And then she notices a slight glow in the distance. And as she continues walking, she sees that as this water is moving faster, it's starting to glow. It's bubbling along, and the bubbles seem like bubbles of light, like rainbows sparkling up and flowing through this water, until eventually all of the water is now illuminated and multicoloured, flowing downstream. The white water on the surface of this river is bubbling with different colours, shimmering, sparkling, shining. And you can see in the distance the shadow of a bridge. And so she continues walking until she reaches the bridge, and it's an old-looking stone bridge with uneven stones, all stacked as if by hand, and as if probably a very long time ago. And so she crosses that bridge, continues on the other side, and as she walks, so she notices that she's starting to enter some woodland. She can hear the rustling of the leaves overhead as the wind blows a very slight breeze. She can hear some sounds of nighttime animals in these woods. The occasional movement of different animals. And something about it she finds deeply relaxing. As she walks through the woods, and she can see in the distance what looks like the glow of some windows, perhaps of a small cabin. And she wonders if this is where she's supposed to be going. And she walks towards that cabin, getting closer to that warm and comforting glow of those windows. And on arrival at the cabin, she knocks gently on the door. And after just a short while, this kind, friendly looking wizard answers the door, dressed in a purple cloak, the hat pulled up onto their head, which seemed unnecessary given they were inside. They saw her looking up above their head, and they commented that they just find it more comfortable when they're sat in front of the fire, relaxing, cloak wrapped gently around them, rather than having it stuffed behind their neck, getting in the way. They just pull it up over their head and relax. And the cloak is heavy and hangs around them like the most comfortable blanket. It's an ideal cloak for snuggling and relaxing. And they invite the woman in. And so she heads into the cabin. They gesture for her to sit in a seat by the fire, which is crackling away with shadows dancing around the room, giving off the most comfortable warmth. And they say that they know how she got here. They know that she encountered those two white horses and that they guided her here. And the wizard then hands her a book and asks her to look through that book. And as she's looking through the book, so they talk to her in the background, talking about mystical beings, about strange goings on, about how this reality here turned to darkness. They explained that fairly recently, some vampires from another land, from a different reality, inadvertently found themselves here. And where they're from, there's no problem. And these vampires are energy vampires. They feed off of energy. And they don't do it on purpose. It's just how they survive. But where they come from has so much energy that they're actually doing a good service. But here, any light given off by the sky, by things around them, just get absorbed by these vampires. And they found themselves trapped here, unable to return. And the woman wonders what she could possibly do to help. Why would she be the one called upon? And they explain that it isn't so much her that's been called upon. It's the ferret. They're very good at scampering, at finding their way through mazes and through small tunnels. And so they may be able to find their way into the location to fix the problem. That the problem is that the portal between worlds, that's like an orb that when touched, it connects all realities to one single point. And depending how you enter that orb and how you leave that orb, depends which reality you go to. That something went wrong with it. And it led to those energy vampires being sucked into this reality. And so it just needs fixing for them to be able to return. And the second it's fixed, they'll return. And the energy will return to the land. The only energy currently here is that which is based on magic, wizard can use their magic within the cabin. The horses are magical beings, and so they can travel themselves from one reality to the next. But everything else is bound by the laws of the reality it's in. And the wizard stops the woman flicking through the book at a certain page and says, "That's the page you need." And on that page is a map and some directions. And the wizard points to a location and says, "That's where we are. You just have to get over to there." And so the woman asks what needs to be done. And the wizard says the ferret will know when they get there. And so the woman sets off with the ferret, recalling in her mind the route she has to take. She finds herself heading back deeper and deeper through the woodland. The comforting sounds around her. The sound of each footstep she takes. An arm tentatively out in front of her, just to make sure that she doesn't bump into anything. Each step gently taken. And she walks for some time until she finds a marker that she knows is on the route. It's just a tall stone pillar, weathered with time. She knows which direction to turn at that marker, and then carries on walking deeper and deeper through the woodland, until eventually, after what felt like hours of walking, and what feels like night time, although she knows she set off this morning, she arrives at a fairly nondescript mound on the ground, and a very, very, very slight clearing in these woods. She lifts the ferret out from the pouch, places it down on the ground, unhooks the lead, and the ferret dashes into the hole and disappears. And the ferret sniffs and smells and navigates, and down here in these tunnels, the sounds of the woodland are silent. There's just the gentle sound of the underground. It sniffs and scampers and scurries. It finds its way from one tunnel to the next. Feeling like it's got a purpose and it knows where it's going. It can smell its destination. And the smell is a sweet smell. A smell that almost makes it think of food. And in the darkness it continues exploring until it starts to hear a sound like bells tinkling slightly out of tune. And then it turns a corner where there's a slight glow. And in the middle, where many tunnels meet, it sees what looks like a crystal ball, with that tinkling sound that's slightly out of tune, coming from that crystal ball. And the ferret paces around that ball, looks at it from many different angles, nudges it with its nose. And it's a solid crystal ball. But if this is the portal, it's not supposed to be solid. And so the ferret keeps nudging it and finds that this crystal ball is actually made up of thousands of tiny little shards of crystal, and that some of these have somehow come loose and fallen slightly out of sync with the rest, and so the tune, the vibrations through this crystal ball are no longer in harmony. And so it walks around, and with its hearing it picks up on where it notices two slightly different frequencies coming from the ball, and it nudges and nuzzles at the ball, adjusting the bits until it starts sounding harmonious. And then it moves around to the next bit where it can hear it being slightly out of tune, and repeats the same again, nuzzling and nudging that crystal ball until those bits are in harmony. And it repeats this multiple times, and it's unsure how this got knocked out of alignment. But eventually it manages to knock all of the tiny shards of crystal into place. And then the whole ball seems to resonate with a single note. And once it does, it creates a glow that's brighter than it was before. A glow that seems to be almost like having life there. And the ferret notices that now when it nuzzles at the crystal ball, there's nothing to nuzzle at. Its face just goes into the ball, as if it's now no longer solid. And with this, the ferret knows their job's done, and so they find their way back through the tunnels, which are now glowing and more illuminated and easier to navigate. And as it exits the tunnels, so it notices daylight, and the woman's just stood there in daylight, looking shocked, looking surprised, and a little confused and curious about what just happened. And she leans down and picks the ferret up, places the ferret back in the pouch, and then hears a whirring sound and sees those energy vampires flying overhead, swirling and then vanishing from this reality. and she heads back the way she came, but this time it's illuminated. She finds her way back through the woodland, now looking around at the sight before her. The colours of the woodland flowers carpeting the floor of the woodland. The toadstools growing over the ground, on the sides of trees. The different shapes and colours of the leaves of the trees. How different this all looks to woodland she's seen before. And yet, how similar it seemed when it was in darkness to woodland she's experienced at night. And she finds her way all the way back to that cabin. And she's greeted at the cabin by that wizard. And the wizard offers to bake her some food, something for her journey. And she asks for more information about this place. This is the first she'd heard that there are multiple realities all overlaid on top of each other. And she was curious how it worked. And they explained about the portals. And they said that you have some portals that are like these glowing orbs, where they're portals to every reality. But to navigate in and out of them, you have to know what you're doing. But there are other portals that only go to specific realities, and that some of the magical beings, like this wizard, have access and have created these portals where they take a small clipping of the crystal from those glowing orbs, and they plant that small crystal piece in some soil, and they water it and they look after it. They nurture it, and as it grows out of the soil, so it catches the sunlight, and the sunlight splits like passing through a prism. And then the different colours of light infuse with the soil, helping the crystal to grow stronger and larger. And then once the crystal's large enough, they replant it, and they replant it into something that's got a frame, a structure for it to grow within. And as it grows, so every day, they have to adjust it and just carefully nurture it to grow to fill that frame, nudging it sometimes just to touch the frame. And once it touches the frame, it's as if the crystal itself has some level of awareness and knows that it's expected to grow and fill out that frame, and it hugs the side of the frame as it grows, and then it grows from the sides to the middle until it meets itself, and it joins up in the middle and then grows upwards until over time it fills the frame and looks almost like a mirror. And once it's complete and it's filled the frame, so a portal is now made. And they then just cut that from the soil. And you have yourself a mirror portal. But it takes a magical being to be able to do that whole process. And the wizard explains that there's one in this cabin. And these portals not only pass through from one reality to another, but sometimes they can pass through time. And the wizard says that the portal they've got has access to a few different times. If they shine the light onto the portal at the right angle, then a different time is revealed when you step through, as well as a different location. And so, with curiosity, the woman is shown to the room with the portal. And she looks on in awe at this portal before her. The wizard asks if she's got time, would she like to give a little of that time to exploring through the portal. The wizard said that you'll see the portal on the other side as well, looking just like a mirror. And this intrigues her, so she steps through the portal, carefully putting her hand out first of all, and sees her fingers, her hand, her arm passing through the portal, followed by her foot and her leg, and then the rest of her. And as she steps out the other side, she finds that she's in a strange location. It turns out this is a small little vintage shop. She seems to be in a changing room. And she walks out of the changing room, opening that curtain, passing out, and sees old-fashioned clothing lining rails around this shop. She looks around this shop with curiosity, and the salesperson asks if she's found what she's looking for, as if she's already been here and that they already know her. And she says she's still just looking. And she sees that one of the changing rooms says that it's out of order. And she just peeks her head around the curtain of that changing room, and it looks just like any other. And she goes and looks at the clothes, and she sees this most beautiful dress. And so she puts the ferret down on the floor. She tries on that dress, picks the ferret up and goes and looks into the changing room that's out of order. Because the changing room that's in order has somebody in it. And when she poked her head in, it didn't look like there was any reason for it to be out of order. But when she went in that changing room, closed the curtain behind her, so she found that something strange happened. She could suddenly hear these different sounds around her. And as she turned and walked out of the changing room, the shop was different. The member of staff dressed differently and a different person. She walked through the door out onto the street, and it was a really old, traditional British street. and she walked up and down a little confused and went back, and then found that changing in that changing room again, she was now back in the time she left, as if this shop perhaps had more than one portal. And so she decided to say to the member of staff she'll come back and check in later. She checked on the closing time of the shop and left the shop to have a little look around. And she looked around outside this shop, and everything seemed reasonably normal and straightforward. She walked down the street, found herself going to a little pond, sitting on a bench looking over that pond, seeing a family of swans just gently bobbing their way down the pond, occasionally dunking their heads under the water, and then pulling their heads up and watching the way the water beads and rolls down their neck, off their back, their big feet gracefully pushing them through that water. And she watched that for a while, and she could see beyond the pond a group of people on some kind of a course, one of them being very motivational and loud, encouraging the others to get barefoot and then take it in turns to walk across some coals on the ground, glowing and hot. And she watched as each person psyched themselves up and did that fire walking, and she thought to herself, she can't imagine herself ever being that motivated that she would do fire walking. Why would you walk on fire? And after watching for a while, she continued walking and found a gentle river, a small bridge over that river. She stopped on the bridge for a little while, gazing down at the water, the way the sunlight glistens and shimmers on the surface, the trickling sound as the water passed under the bridge, the gentle sounds of birds around, flitting in the trees, the rustling of the leaves. And she walked over that bridge and down the street a little bit, and then she heard a slight humming. And the humming was coming from a small building, and this small building looked like it had been closed up a long time ago. But she found her way into that building with the help of the ferret, which was able to squeeze through a small gap under the door and then shimmy round and up the side, and was able to use its teeth to pry the lock open. And with curiosity and knowing that it's not like she's going to be here again, she followed that humming sound. And in this building, It looked like someone used to live here and perhaps had just gone away. And maybe they'll return. This looked a lot like the wizard's home. But not the wizard's home, but someone very similar to that wizard. And she traced the humming to a mirror. And she pulled a sheet off of that mirror in a cloud of dust. She wafted away the dust with her hand and stepped back a bit as the dust settled, and the mirror was humming. And beneath the mirror, on the frame, was an engraved note saying that this is the kindness portal. And she didn't know what this was, but it sounded good. Anything with kindness probably is. And she reached with a hand, and her hand went straight through, and so she decided to follow. And as she followed, she saw a land that was very different to what she's used to. She saw something marching along, and she couldn't quite make out what it was, and it looked like it was marching along a path. But it stopped at a green, glowing worm in a jar, and looked impatient as it waited. And when that green, glowing worm stopped its glow, it continued on. And then other, equally as bizarre, creatures were heading back and forth, stopping when the green glowing worms glowed, and starting when the green glowing worms stopped. And so she stopped one of these unusual creatures, and she asked, "What are they and who are they?" And they said that their name is Percy. They contain coins. They have to try and get those coins from A to B. They carry those coins carefully. And they carried on with a jingle as the coins rattled within them. And then they saw a rabbit running past, saying they're nearly out of time, they've got somewhere to be. And then a bull who stopped and introduced themselves, saying their name was Tex. And they leant down, and unusually had bizarre antlers that she'd only ever seen on beasts in books that lived hundreds of thousands of years ago. But around one of the antlers was a bracelet, and on that bracelet was a healing crystal just hanging from the bracelet. And they offered her that healing crystal, telling her that if she wears it, it'll bring her good luck and health and well-being. And everyone here, through this kindness portal, seemed so very kind. So she carried on exploring. She made sure she looked around and had an idea of where she had to walk back to. And the ferret was equally as excited to look around. And she approached a village and could see the village clock ticking and tocking up before her in the centre of this village. She saw the little cat which introduced itself as being Pickles. And Pickles said they liked tickles, and so flopped on its back, and she rubbed its belly for a little while, until the ferret looked a bit annoyed at not being the one getting the belly rubs. And after a while of rubbing Pickles' belly, she carried on, and then saw a turtle in boxer shorts, walking very, very slowly across some grass. And it was a little way from the water, going in search of something. And she went over and she asked it whether it needed any help and what it was searching for. And the turtle said that their name is Terry, and that they have misplaced their shell. They put their shell down to go out for a walk, and now they can't find it. And so the woman and the ferret explore and walk with Terry the turtle in search of Terry's shell. And while they walk, so they talk. And Terry says that the nearby river is the most beautiful, healing water you could ever imagine. And they normally live in the water, but from time to time they like to come out, have a little walk around on land, explore and stretch their legs. But it's easy when you're a slow-moving turtle to lose track of time and other things. And eventually they find Terry's shell, and Terry heads into his shell, pops his head in, turns himself around, and his little legs pop out of the shell as he settles himself in and wiggles himself about a little, and his tail wiggles out the back. And he thanks the woman for helping to find his shell. And as a thank you, he says that it'd be quite nice to maybe have a picnic. And so he says, why not go into the town, go down to the village, and go and get some food, and then bring it back here and we'll have a picnic to celebrate finding my shell. And the woman likes this idea, and so she walks down to that village. And there's a village market, different people selling things on different stalls. And she encounters a potato-selling alien that sells her the most delicious jacket potatoes. And she puts them into a basket, and she carries that basket to pick up some other bits. One seller offers her a music box and says that she can use that to be able to play some music for the picnic. A few other people say that they're friends of Terry and wonder if Terry would mind them popping along too. And so what she thought was going to be just her and Terry and her ferret is now going to be a small gathering of these kind and friendly beings. And she heads back for the picnic. And a woman sets up a harpsichord and is playing some music. And she matches the music she's playing with the music that's playing on the music box. And the music box also gives out this sparkling cloud of light in all the colours of the rainbow. And the woman asks about the people stopping and starting when they see the glowworms light up and go dark. And they said, well, you've always got to stop for a green light. You've got to make sure that you travel safe. And she realizes it's just one of those things for this world. And as the picnic comes to an end, and the sun here is reaching the horizon, and the sky is turning orange, she begins to head back, says goodbye to all these animals and people. She doesn't know if she'll ever see any of them again, and she finds her way back, heads back through that portal, back out of that building, and then she finds her way back to that shop, through to the portal in the shop, and back to that wizard. And the wizard comments on how long she's been gone, asks if she had a good time and what she did, and they talk for a while about the experience. And the wizard listens with intrigue. And after listening with intrigue, and nighttime starting to set in here, she says that it's probably going to be time she has to figure out how to get home. She's unsure how to do that. And the wizard says, just find your way back to those horses, and they'll be able to give you a ride home. And so she says goodbye to the wizard. The wizard comments on that healing crystal she has on her bracelet and says that that healing crystal can be planted and can grow into your own portal. And the wizard hands her a book and says this will contain all the instructions you need to make that happen, to create your own portal. It'll also give you the instructions for how to imbue that crystal with the knowledge of where you'd like the portal to lead. You don't have to know of the places the portal leads, just of the places you'd like to go, because everywhere that you can think of, every type of place you can imagine, there's a reality for it. And so she thanks the wizard, takes the book, picks up the ferret again and pops it into her pouch, and sets back off towards the horses. And as the sun is setting here now, so she can see those horses just grazing in the distance, their wings tucked in beside them, and she heads to those horses, and they greet her like old friends. And in her mind, through her journey, she's wondering where she might like to have portals going. And the horses trot along, and then canter, and then burst into a gallop, launching into the air, and then get in line, galloping faster and faster, until, in a flash of light, as the light clears, she finds they're over the fields, and the horses canter down to the fields and settle down in the fields. And as they land in the fields, so their wings fade away. And the horse, with her on the back, heads over to the gap in the hedge, stops near the gap, and she dismounts, and she thanks the horse, and she looks at her watch, and she sees that the bracelet is still on her wrist and that the experience genuinely happened. But her watch is showing that no time has passed. And so she climbs over the fence, says goodbye to the horses, continues her walk with the ferret just for a little while to complete the journey she planned on walking, then heads back home. When she sits down at home, she looks at that book. She works out what she needs to grow a portal. She decides where in her home she can grow that portal. She then writes a list of the items she needs and a list of the steps she has to take. And then, feeling tired, as if she's had an incredibly long day, as night falls, she heads to bed. The ferret curls up at the foot of her bed. She says good night. As the ferret snuggles down, she pulls the blanket up over her, feeling the weight of that blanket tucked around her, hearing the comfort of the room, the occasional sound of nature outside, as her mind drifts and dreams and floats on the wings of sleep. As she settles in and sleeps so soundly, so fully through the night, drifting and floating and relaxing, asleep into Slumberland. And as you comfortably fall asleep, I'm just going to tell this story in the background, and it's a story about a potter. And this potter lives in a cabin deep in the woods. And they have a little workshop attached to the side of the cabin. And one snowy day, they're sat at their potter's wheel, their foot carefully, rhythmically moving up and down. The whole side of this workshop opened up. And they can breathe in the cool, fresh air. Feel the breeze of the air on their cheeks. Hear the dull sounds in the woodland, softened by the heavy snow. The occasional sound of the branches rustling overhead. Small animals scamper along those branches. And sometimes the dull thud of snow falling from the branches, landing on the woodland floor. As they drift into their mind, with the rhythm of their foot moving, their hands carefully shaping that clay, adding a little water to the hands, adjusting the pressure and the movement, sometimes using the ball of the hands, sometimes the outside of the hands, other times moving the palms back a little to allow the fingertips to do the work, with some of the delicate shaping, almost hypnotically watching that clay growing and spinning, taking on its shape, pulling those hands together ever so slightly, while lifting them up very slowly and carefully, and then pulling the hands out slightly, while moving the thumbs over the top and altering that speed slightly with the foot. And as this potter, you have a level of curiosity about how things are created, how they start as one thing and turn into another, how a seed can grow into a grand oak tree, how a caterpillar can go to sleep and wake up a butterfly, absorbed in the process of crafting that clay, fascinated by the idea that it just starts as a lump, a dry, solid lump, with a coolness to the touch, but with just a few simple steps, it can be worked into something more than it started. And then picking up a wooden stick with a slight point on the end, keeping that spinning going, and carefully, like the needle on a record player, touching certain points on the outside as patterns and lines just appear almost magically, until that looks just as you want. And when it looks just right, you carefully let the foot slow the spinning down until it comes to a standstill. And you leave that there just for a moment as you get up and go and wash your hands. And so you remove that item you've just created, carefully scoring just underneath it, carefully moving it, putting it aside for a moment. And shortly you'll finish off with that, but first you walk outside. You stand out on the edge of the snow, breathing in the fresh air, seeing the vapor as you breathe out. Seeing off in the distance, in the woodland, a white rabbit scampering through the snow, as if it's trying to leap from one point to another without getting its belly cold on the snow, trying to leap from toe to toe. And you walk a little way out into the snow, feeling that crunching sound underfoot. And you walk slowly, deliberately, so you can really enjoy the sensation and the sound as the snow beneath your feet compacts with each step. Really enjoying nature and the blue sky beyond the woodland. And off to one side, just out of sight in this woodland, is a lake which is almost totally frozen over. And down from the lake a little way is the most beautiful stone bridge. And you head back in to your workshop. You finish up with the work you were doing. And later that day, as the evening's setting in, you head into your cabin. And you're greeted by your cat, weaving its way around your legs, purring, and you can feel that purring from its body through your legs as it touches your legs. And it's breathing in the most relaxed way. And you sit down in the living area. You place down a small ball pit made from an inflatable paddling pool. And then covered with some thick, fluffy fabric. And then filled with small balls. And you throw a couple of balls into the pit, sometimes other items, and the cat jumps in, dives around, finds them, grabs other balls and gets distracted at times. Sometimes rolling onto its back, holding onto a ball and kicking it with its back legs. Other times kicking so hard the ball slips from the front paws, knocks its chin and lands back among the other balls. Then it has to then try and find the same ball again. And from time to time, it'll bring over a ball for you to throw for it and involve you in its play. And the fire in the fireplace slowly burns down to embers, illuminating the room with the most beautiful glow. Until it reaches quite late in the evening and it's dark outside. And you have yourself a sandwich, a slice of cake, before sitting down and beginning to read a book. And while you read, so your eyes get heavier and heavier as they scan down each page. And you reach a point where you're a few pages on from the last point you remember. And so you turn back a few pages, get your attention back onto that, and continue reading. But as it gets later and later, so you find it increasingly difficult to continue, to keep reading and keep focusing, often losing your place and having no memory of what you've just been reading, and so needing to jump back a number of pages and then deciding that it's a sign that it's time for bed. And so you head to bed and the cat follows you and you settle down for the night. And the next morning you wake up and you head out, pulling a sled. And you're going to go and get some supplies from the nearby town. And it's a bit of a trek on foot to get there and back. And so you start that journey, you say goodbye to your cat. You do a quick check around your property, and then head out into the cold, and you're wrapped up warm and comfortable. And yet you can still feel the cold on your cheeks. And you can still enjoy the silence that this winter environment brings. And you follow What you know would normally be the path, yet currently, the snow hides any sign of the correct path. And you're reminded of a story about a young lad who arrived at a clear area where no one had trodden on the snow, and he knew where the right path was. But he decided, just as an experiment, to tread the wrong path. And so he walked back and forth, treading a wrong path. And then he went and just sat down watching. And he watched as the path got busier and busier, and everyone was following his path, the one he trod, and doing so without paying any attention to the fact it's not the path that's really there. It's one he happened to just create that morning, and people were only following it because they saw it, rather than just following the route that they've taken perhaps for years. As you continue walking and seeing the occasional squirrel scampering along branches, up tree trunks, jumping from tree to tree, heading through the woods and then down towards the lake, and then over towards that stone bridge, crossing the bridge to the other side, and continuing on towards the town. And as you walk, your mind occasionally wanders, but you continue to wander and wander, sometimes thinking about those things you need, like running over a shopping list in your mind. Other times, thinking of things of more interest, like what else you'll build, what you'd like to do later on or tomorrow. Perhaps sometimes thinking of the past, but always walking forward. And after some time, by about mid-morning, you can see the beginning of the town, and the snow is far more trodden here, with all the people who arrive and depart. And you're dragging that sled behind you. But as you arrive at the town, it actually becomes harder to pull, because there are areas where all of the snow has been trodden away. And so you rest up that sled and just walk on foot without pulling it. And you'll buy items and you'll bring them back and just place them in there. And it'll be perfectly safe and fine there. And the different people you encounter greet you. And it's such a small town. Pretty much everyone knows everyone else, even those who live around here. You head into a shop and buy some ingredients. You continue on and buy some bits from a bakery. You go to a craft store and buy some items there. And you also decide to go off your shopping list and to just have a look around, see what else you can find. And you can see at the far end of the town is a man sat on a stool with an easel set up, painting a view of that town, the woodland behind it, and the mountains way off in the distance on the horizon. And from his perspective, the sun is off to one side of his picture. And he's in his own world, painting that picture. And you walk down to him, you walk around behind him, getting down and taking a look at that painting, at the work he's doing, watching him for a while, looking at the scene he's painting and his interpretation of it. And then you continue going into the different shops, and then going into a small cafe and having a drink. And then going on to a bookstore. And it's a quaint little bookstore with old books. And as soon as you enter, the old book smell wafts through the door. And there's a certain stillness to the silence in this bookstore. An anticipation of stories to be told. And you're always trying to find something new to read, which is often something old to read. And as you look around this bookstore, you find a curious old book with a purple cover and a strange spiral on the cover, and your eyes seem to almost get drawn into that spiral. The lines of the spiral so close that sometimes you think you can see grey between the spirals, but whenever you try and look at the grey, it just looks white. And you open that book and you feel that the cover is actually soft and has a slight velvety feeling to it. But the pages are quite thick and sturdy and mottled, and the writing in it seems handwritten. And yet it's still quite readable. And you can see this book is hundreds of years old. And you can't understand most of the words that you can read. And as you turn through those pages, So you discover, about 10 pages in, the most beautiful ornate artwork painted on a page in this book. And the colours of that artwork are so vivid, almost unnaturally vivid for such an old book. And as you continue turning through the pages, you find another picture, equally as colourful, making you equally as curious. And you decide that this is the book that you like to purchase. You don't know what it says, but you want to be able to look through it. And you want to really be able to take your time looking through it. You can pick up the odd word in it, but it's so old, there are many words you just don't understand. And so you buy that book. You head out of the bookstore, continue walking through the town. The sun now shining brightly down on the town, and despite the air being really cold, your breath being visible before you, you can see the glistening water running down the icicles hanging from the shop fronts and dripping like diamonds to the floor, each one catching a glint of light. You're curious whether it would be possible to take a photograph and time it just right, to be able to take a photograph moments after a drop of water has fallen from an icicle, to see that perfect circle hovering beneath that point. As you carry on walking, you fill your sled with everything you've got. You check that that's everything you think you need before starting your journey back the way you came. And as you walk like on the way, you find yourself often lost in thought. Your mind wandering to pleasant experiences and imagining different futures and different worlds. You wonder whether you would be able to paint like that painter, and you're curious to be able to examine the paintings in that book. And it isn't until towards the end of the day that you finally arrive home. Your cat gazing up momentarily on your arrival, opening an eye and then snuggling back down. And you have yourself some food, you pack things away, before sitting down to look through that book. And as you continue to look through the book, you notice the vividness of the different colours on each page, and how each image seems to be of a slightly unusual yet natural looking environment. You have a forest landscape with mountains in the background, and yet the sky has a slight purple tinge to it. You have an ocean with the white water rolling in on the shore, vivid blue sky, deep blue ocean, a golden sandy beach, and yet there's an octopus seeming to be flying through the sky, looking like it's mid-colour change. Each picture resembles reality. It seems almost like a very natural representation of reality, and yet there's something slightly unusual about it. And you continue turning through the pages, not really reading the words, just catching the occasional word you understand, but really to look at the different pictures. And as you near the back of the book, so you see a waterfall picture, and it looks fairly standard at first. A waterfall, probably in some woodland, flowing down a cliff, stones either side, trees at the top and the bottom. The white spray at the foot of the waterfall, and yet something about the water flowing down seems slightly unusual. There seems to be a slight shimmering colour to that waterfall. Almost like oil floating on water that changes colour slightly depending on the angle you look at it. And this waterfall seems painted in a way that makes that paint look so smooth. The paint almost looks like water, whereas the paint on the other pictures has a slightly lumpier look to it. You can clearly tell it was painted, and you touch that paint with your fingertips, sliding your fingertips gently down the waterfall. And bizarrely, that paint feels slightly wet. But apart from being a curiosity, when you touch your thumb and fingers together and they all feel dry, you don't think much more of it. You think it's just perhaps you becoming over-absorbed in looking through this book. And so you continue to turn through those pages. And as you turn through those pages, so when one of the pages turns, you suddenly just hear an almost imperceptible sound, like a singing bowl has just been struck. And it's that kind of sound where you don't fully know whether you just heard something or whether it was just a moment in your mind. And so the thought quickly leaves you as you continue turning the pages. But then, when you get a certain number of pages through, the same thing happens again, only this time that singing bowl sounds louder. And the sound of it lingers long enough for you to be consciously aware that you definitely heard it, because you're still hearing it. And you don't know where it's coming from. And you close up that book, keeping a finger on that page, holding the front of the book with a thumb and the rest of your hand holding the back of the book. And you stand up and you wander around, taking a look, trying to figure out where that singing bowl sound is coming from. But wherever you go in your property, it doesn't get louder or quieter. The sound stays the same. You even though you think it's perhaps an unusual idea, place the book up beside your head to see if the sound was coming from the book. But the sound doesn't seem to be coming from anywhere, it just seems to be. And now, as you've been searching a while, it obviously fades. And so you just go and sit back down, curious what's going on. And you continue looking through the book. And at an even-spaced number of pages again, the sound happens again. Only this time, there's more to it. There's not just one sound of a singing bowl. There seems to be multiple bowls sounding around you, and then the gentle, distant sound of an orchestra. Not an orchestra in full swing of a song, but that sound of an orchestra before they start playing. And because it's coming from all around you, you have this feeling like perhaps it's outside of the cabin. And so you walk out of the cabin, and you can hear that orchestra sound. You can see the stars overhead, the familiar sights of the different constellations, twinkling and sparkling, the occasional shooting star fizzing overhead. And the sound is coming all around you, but you still can't pinpoint where from. And you see in the darkness the most beautiful, friendly looking white wolf just sitting there on the edge of the woodland, as if being a guardian of you and your cabin and this experience you're having. And you head back in and close the door. And in the darkness, you turn on some soft lights. You turn on some fairy lights that are up, lining a bookshelf. A small lamp. And you sit back down for a minute, continuing to look through the book. And then you mark a page with a bookmark, closing the book for a moment. You get a pad and you write on that pad with a purple fountain pen. As that fountain pen moves so gently over the page, writing your script down. and you write down a bit about the experience you're having, thinking this is something that perhaps you might want to be aware of. And remember, or maybe even confirm that it was a real experience. That you can just look and see, yes, it was real because I wrote it down and I remember writing it. And then you get back to that book. And something begins to change. The cabin around you starts to go fuzzy, as if it's disappearing, and a new reality begins to form. And you hear a slight buzzing sound, like changing a TV channel, as the cabin phases out of this reality, and then you find yourself in a new reality. And the book is no longer in your hand, the chair's no longer there, you're just standing in the middle of a forest at night time. And you look around you. You can see how inky dark the night sky here is compared to the sky you just looked at. You can see fireflies flitting around, dancing between the trees. And there's a bizarre glowing path. And so you begin to just follow that path, noticing that lining the path are tufts of glowing grass and glowing mushrooms. And each step on the path you take, which between the glowing sides looks almost jet black, seems to respond to each footstep, as if the kinetic energy triggers the grass beneath each step to glow, and it remains glowing for a short period of time. And so, as you continue walking, if you look back, you see the brightest footsteps are the ones you've just taken, and they peter out in the direction you've just come. The 8 to 10 footsteps back, they're barely visible, and that fading footsteps are gradually moving towards where you're stood. And you continue walking, leaving footprints in this path. And you're unsure where this path leads, why you're here, how you got here. But you continue walking anyway. Curiosity drives you on, and you have this deep sense of how safe this environment is. Like something's watching over you to make sure you don't lose your way, and that you follow this path to the destination. But as you follow this path, you find that it ends at a tree. And it's a very wide, very tall tree. And you walk up to that tree, and there's a slight warmth given off by the tree. You run your fingertips around the bark of the tree until you find a loose bit of bark that your fingers catch in slightly, and as they do, they move that bit of bark, and a door springs open. And you carefully, with a slight creak, pull that door open and step inside and find there's a descending staircase. And so you descend down that staircase, all the way down, following those steps deeper and deeper under this tree. The silence almost feeling heavy around you, like the most comfortable blanket wrapping you up in peace and harmony. And within that silence, you have this feeling that it somehow links back to the frequencies of a singing bowl. And at the base of this tree, deep beneath that tree, you walk out into the most cozy looking room, and hovering in this room is a green fairy, her wings buzzing gently behind her, so fast that you can barely tell that she has wings. It's just a slight blur around the back of her, and she welcomes you, says that she's glad you've come here, that you've been expected, and you ask why and how did you get here, and she explains that the book you picked up was painted and written with specific magical ink. And when you touched the waterfall with your fingertips, the water that was painted with the most colourful ink, the most magical ink, the ink infused through your fingers, transporting you to the land the ink came from. And the experience will only last a short while. As the ink dissipates, but that's long enough here for you to explore and learn, to discover something new you didn't know. And the fairy shows you through to another door. She opens that door, and it's a small door, and you have to crouch all the way down to be able to exit through this door. And as you exit through this door, it's like daytime again, but daytime in a whole new land, not the land you took here, or the location you came from. It's a vast open plain with a beautiful river running through it, and you can feel the ground vibrate as you notice a mammoth come into view. And as you turn to look at the mammoth, you see there's a whole herd of mammoths, and they get so close. You reach out and you touch the side of that mammoth, barely reaching up to the top of its leg. Your hand running through the pelt of that mammoth as you look around you and see this unusual world. and the fairy is flying off a little way in front of you, and so you follow. She seems to be directing you somewhere, and as she directs you, she tells you there are some bits you might want to gather up, that you might just find interesting, and says that it would be good if you had a basket to do so. And so she flies down among the grass, and you see her flitting around in that grass, the grass waving and weaving as she cuts bits of grass down and pulls grass down, and then weaves the most beautiful basket with the grass. And she hands you that basket and tells you to carry that with you as she takes you down by the river, and you follow that river a little way, and then you notice that that river, as it descends down a cliff, is the same one from that picture. As you descend down the side of the river and you turn and look back, and the way the sunlight here in this unusual place catches the water makes it seem to glow with all the colours of the rainbow. But something about your eyes here expands those colours out. And she explains that most of the creatures here have even more receptors and detect very different colours of a very different experience. And while you're here, you see this world as they do, because you're here in an unusual way. And she goes on to explain that when you thought that everything went hazy and your reality disappeared, that's not technically how it happened. Everything went hazy because you, as a consciousness, temporarily disappeared. That it would be unrealistic to expect an entire reality to vanish. So reality there is still there. Reality here is here. And your consciousness is made up of energy. It's just information moving around. And so that has just moved elsewhere. It's just shifted slightly from the frequencies of one reality into the frequencies of another. And that in the reality you came from, it's almost like the body, the mind, is just on pause for a moment. As you're here exploring, the ink just allowed you to alter your state. And so now you're here, seeing this reality as it is seen by those here. And your consciousness has created an image of what your body would be like here for you, and phased into this reality. Everything here sees you as you see you. And things you do here, you can take back with you. Because this specific reality has a certain level of magic to it, which is why that ink was found here and used there. And as the fairy talks, so she occasionally picks different plants and tells you that you might want to introduce these to your home, just to the inside of your home. And she makes some slight cuts to them so they won't be able to spread any pollen or do any more than be something decorative when back in your reality. And you ask about those paintings, about the drawings, whether they're of real places like this waterfall. And if so, did the author see them before? And the fairy says that the author had visited this place, and so all of those pictures are real locations here, and they're all in reach. And she's taking you to one now. As she veers off, cuts through the forest here, saying that she's cutting out a corner of this river. It flows down to the coast, and on arrival at the coast, you exit the forest, and the sun here is beginning to set, and you see the purple of the sky. And then you see what looks like a rock formation near the cliffs, almost looking like it's breathing. But then you notice it rises up into the air and changes colour as it rises. And you notice that it's an octopus, similar to the one that you had seen in the drawing, lifting from the rocks, flying up into the sky, moving slow and graceful. You see some lizards darting into some holes for the night as the warmth of the sun fades. And you continue exploring. And that fairy guides you along the coast. And you can see along the coast as you hear the way the water rolls into the shore what looks like a small campfire and a small little camp. And you head over towards that, and the fairy introduces you and tells you that this sage is the wisest being in the land. And they already know your name, and so they greet you and talk to you as if they already know you. And they hand you a journal, and they tell you it's the journal of the person who wrote that book, of their experiences when they explored this land. Only this journal, being from this magic place, instantly translates into writing that you can read and fully understand. And the journal will help you understand the book, as they tell the same story of this adventure. And then they hand you a small origami bird, and they tell you to place that on your windowsill. And that will let the creatures of the woodland and the higher beings know that you have this interdimensional connection and the means to psychically travel through the dimensions, and you'll be able to explore those dimensions. But rather than currently just touching that ink and going to the one other dimension where the ink came from, they're going to give you something which can help you to be able to move from one dimension to another through more than just these dimensions. It'll be a guide who will be able to support you, be with you. And all you have to do is whisper its name, and the consciousness of that guide will be there. And this sage hands you a small teddy bear. And then the sage tells you that secret word. And you then lean over and you whisper that secret word to the teddy bear. And in a slight haze, the teddy bear suddenly seems to have a cape and become conscious. And it greets you and meets you and introduces itself. And any time you don't need them to be around, they just travel back in consciously from this location to wherever they want to be, but they have a connection with that teddy bear that's inert when it just sits there, but becomes the guide when you whisper that word and want it to be there for you. And as the guide, you can hold that teddy bear or it can hold you. And when you have contact, the two of you fall into the same frequency and can then travel through different universes, through different realities. And so then you begin to make your way back, guided by that green fairy. And you feel things beginning to shift for you. And the fairy explains you're finding your way back to your reality and to remember everything here. And as everything goes fuzzy and hazy around you, so you find reality shifting, and you find yourself back in that chair, cat on your lap, the book beside you, and that teddy bear sat on a chair to one side of you. And you wonder whether it was just a dream, but then there's a teddy bear. And as you look around, you then notice that grass basket on the floor beside the chair, containing flowers. And you place those flowers into vases and put them around your cabin. And then you notice writing appearing in the mist on the window, just saying, "Remember, the experience. And with that, you find the journal just sitting on a side in front of the window. And you pick up that journal, and on the first page it says, "To the reader, connect with me and write your name here." And so you pick up that fountain pen, you sign your name in that journal. You then begin to look through the journal, reading the experiences of the author before heading to bed, knowing you've got a lot to look forward to in the future as you begin to drift asleep. And it's very late at night. You hear a sound of a duck quacking way off in the distance, probably down near the lake. The very slight sounds from the woodland outside. As you turn over and rest your head on the pillow, and you place one hand slightly under the pillow, you feel something under the pillow. You notice it's that origami bird, and so you fold that out so that it can stand up. You go and place it on a window in view of the outside, curious about how that'll shape the experiences for you in the future, before then settling down again in bed, your mind going over the experiences as you drift and float so peacefully, so soundly asleep into Slumberland. A genie cloaked in the shimmering glow of ancient stardust, emerging from a deep meditative state, pondering the scale of the universe, its expanse, and they're perched here in space, where there's no up nor down, no left nor right, no back nor forth, seemingly rested on a seat of space dust, like glistening crushed diamonds suspended around them. Each fragment glowing and sparkling faintly. The sense that each particle is almost giving off its own faint hum of energy that's inaudible in space. And the view from here, floating in space, is of distant galaxies, imperceptibly moving, swirling off in the distance, stars flickering gently in different colours, as if the cosmos here is breathing softly, as the genie seems to be behaving as if they're breathing slowly and steadily, yet they're here in space, with no air to breathe. And so, as a magical being, they don't need to breathe, but the movement of their body brings deeper focus and relaxation. As we all can relate to those times where you do a certain action because it's comforting and it aids in emphasizing what you're trying to achieve, like a big sigh to help you relax deeper and more relaxed. As they close their eyes, drifting back into that meditation, feeling the pull on their consciousness, that pull growing stronger, focusing something inside, something deep and meaningful, awakening a feeling, a sensation, a curiosity, almost like receiving a cooling from somewhere far beyond current awareness, like a soft, inevitable feeling. Inviting them to seek something deeper, something greater than themselves, with a sense of purpose. And they start to see in their mind's eye a floating bowl. And they start to have this feeling that this is a bowl of enlightenment. And as they drift deeper into this meditation, focusing on that floating bowl in their mind's eye, they become absorbed with the idea of having a deeper purpose here than just floating in space, drifting in and out of meditations, observing the universe around them in a timeless way as a timeless being. And they focus all their attention onto that bowl. And as they do, they begin to focus on the idea of manifesting the meaning of the bowl. And they start to feel different sensation around them, feeling like there's cool air on their cheeks. They're breathing in and breathing out that cool air. And as they open their eyes, they find that overhead, like the most beautiful band of ribbon waving in a breeze, are the northern lights, the greens and purples stretching across the dark sky, painting that darkness with the most beautiful light colour, shimmering and swaying, a gentle dance of light, as it seems to almost be directing a path, encouraging the genie to go seeking. And with curiosity, the genie begins to search, and they don't walk through the landscape. They kind of hover and float easily and effortlessly, moving in the most delicate way, with a gentle rhythm. The blanket of stars overhead, bringing peace and comfort as the genie continues through the landscape. And while they drift through this landscape, following the most tentative directions from the northern lights, they see in the distance an enormous structure, and it's the most unusual structure. As they approach, initially it's just a shadow on the horizon, blocking a patch of stars, only visible due to the absence of light behind it. And closing in, it turns out it's an unusual giant celestial water slide, only instead of water, gleaming streams of light cascade gently through this slide, curling and looping so gracefully, glowing with ethereal light, like ribbons of silk floating from the land effortlessly into space. And the genie ascends the slide before descending the far side, picking up speed as they go, travelling on the beams of light, feeling almost like they're experiencing the pull of gravity, and yet they're actually travelling beyond the planet and out into space. A nebula around them burst with colour. The sky around them, the stars, distant structures seem to almost hum with energy and seem to twinkle like a billion bells, and different worlds flash by around them before the slide splashes down into a celestial lake, and this celestial lake stretches out in all directions, surrounded by the infinite universe. And in this celestial lake, which seems almost as clear as crystal and as deep as thought, the genie finds that there's something deep in this lake, shimmering, shining, And so the genie swims down to that shimmering, shining something and discovers it seems to be a village deep down here in this lake, in space. And the structures of the village are overgrown with luminous coral, fish swimming around it, almost like they're deep in a dream. And they swim around the quiet streets of this village deep here under the water. And as they continue swimming, so they seem to pass through a portal in the heart of this village. And the sky they're familiar with, the stars they recognize, the galaxies, shimmer, shift and change as they come out the other side, and their view is of a very different sky, and they can see a planet in that sky. And they travel to the planet, flying through space and time. And on this planet are creatures similar to ants, with shells shimmering like molten metal under a strange, unusual sun. And these ants are moving in harmony, building vast towers stretching high into the sky, working together so precisely and perfectly, like they're one living organism. And they explore this planet with curiosity, watching these ant-like creatures. And they can see how this civilization works together in harmony. And then in the heart of this planet, they find another portal, and they pass through that portal, and they find themselves in another unusual world. A world that seems to be carved out of clockwork. A world of intricate gears ticking away, working with each other. The whole surface seems to be a giant clockwork object. Some small gears turning rapidly, some large gears moving almost imperceptibly. As the time on this planet ticks itself along, with the sounds of the movement, metallic sounds of clinking metal on metal, and other sounds here in harmony with each other, as if the planet measures its own time. And the genie finds themselves beginning to fall into rhythm with the ticking and the tocking of this planet, their breath falling into a tick, tock, tick, tock, in rhythm with the planet, drifting into harmony, feeling one with this planet, And as they explore the planet, so they find a river with the most clear water running around the planet, almost seeming out of place with all these gears and cogs. But they follow this river until they find a spring, and they find the source of that river, and that spring bubbling up gently from the center of a rotating cog. And as they explore and listen to the bubbling water and can smell the freshness of that water, and hear the ticking and tocking of the planet, they see an entrance to what seems like a garden, like a clockwork hedge stretched out in both directions, and they walk through that hedge and discover themselves standing in a clockwork maze, a maze where the walls move with time, but everything has its rhythm, its harmony. And so they just take their time to navigate around this maze, navigating at a speed slightly quicker than the ticking and the tocking changes the maze. And so they navigate. They make a turn here, a turn there, as the walls behind them shift and change while they walk. And in the center of the maze is a grand old tree with thick gnarled roots enmeshed into the ground. And this tree seems to hum with energy and glow with the faintest light. And hanging on one of the branches of the tree is a golden key glistening and gleaming in the sunlight. And on the key is a raggedy tag saying that it's the key for the bowl of enlightenment. And the genie takes the key from the tree, and they're curious where this bowl of enlightenment is, but as they take the key from the tree, so it's like they've flipped a switch on that branch that was probably held in one position by the weight of the key. And the sound of whirring, winding cogs emanates from within the tree. That whirring, and then a clunk, and then a whirring, and then a clunk, as if something is organizing itself within the tree. And then the last clunk is followed by a sliding sound as a doorway opens in the trunk of the tree, and the genie heads in through that door and descends a spiral staircase into the heart of the tree. And while descending, recognizes that this spiral staircase seems to be in sections and must have been built and put into place Just moments ago, the sound the genie could hear. And they descend that staircase deeper and deeper, and deep down under the tree, having descended from 20, 19, 18, 17 all the way, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. They find themselves standing before a doorway. They open the door, and the other side of the door is a vast and magical looking landscape. There's no sign of clockwork, cogs here, just the sound of nature, the sound of birds singing, of trees rustling, the scent of different plants, and sounds of other animals, and a warmth of this environment. And they begin to walk through the environment, and overhead is just a blue glow, the blue glow of a daytime sky, but no sign of sun or any light source. And as they walk, they hear the most delicate purring, and they find a small kitten with playful eyes, and they talk to that kitten, and the kitten tells them they're on a path of inner discovery. They're here in the inner, not the outer. Everything up top works like clockwork. Everything down here is a little more expressive and deeper. And the kitten pads around while talking, seeming so wise for its age. It weaves itself around the genie, rubbing itself against the genie as it walks, before finding a spot to settle down and seemingly drifting asleep. And the genie continues on through this landscape, through this forest deep under this planet. And as they continue, so they start to hear the sound of flowing water, and eventually come to a river, and they follow this river as it widens, and it changes its sound while widening, until it's so wide the genie can barely see the other side. And the genie questions whether it's still a river or whether it's now a lake. And they know that they won't know that until they travel to the other side, to the far end of this space, and either it'll close back off to a river, close off fully as a closed lake, or this is just a part of the river. And while travelling along the side of this river, they see something swimming in the water, seemingly something which has noticed them, that's swimming towards the shore, and it's a large turtle, and it reaches the shore, pushes itself out onto the shore with the friendliest of faces, and it says its friends call it the tortoise. And the genie doesn't question this. And this turtle says that you're on this journey of inner discovery. You're going to want to look for a specific tree, and you'll know when you find it. And the genie talks to the turtle for a while, learning a bit more about this location, before the turtle heads back into the water. And the genie continues their journey. And eventually the river begins to narrow again, but only very gradually. But off in the distance, the genie can hear the gentle rumbling of the ocean. And as the river narrows, so some more tributaries seem to be sprouting from this river, heading in their own directions. But the genie continues to follow the main river. And the sky overhead begins to darken. But it's like a blue having its light turned down. There are no stars in the sky, no light source at all, but it doesn't turn down to complete blackness, just a darker blue. There seems to be still the slightest glow, tickling the land with a slight silver hue. And after some time of travelling through this landscape, the genie sees a glowing tree standing out against the backdrop of the other trees, a tree which seems to be generating its own light. And as the genie approaches that tree, they notice around the tree are the most beautiful, deeply scented wildflowers. And they stop at the tree. They walk around the tree, and they see what looks like a keyhole in the tree. They take their key, place it into that hole, twist the key, and with a clunk, the door unlocks, and they walk through that door, descending more steps, and at the base of these steps is another door, and they pass through that door, and in the centre of a chamber deep under the tree is a glowing, pulsating portal and they head to the portal and pass through that portal and come out into a landscape where there's a vast lake. And in the center of this lake, hovering above the surface of the water, bobbing up and down gently on a cushion of air, is the bowl of enlightenment, floating, glowing, pulsing with energy, containing the rhythms of life. And on the edge of the lake is a wooden canoe, and the genie travels out in the canoe over towards that bowl. The environment is so serene and peaceful. There's the most gentle mist across the lake. The air is incredibly still. The trees around don't make any sounds. And they get closer and closer to that bowl, hearing the gentle hum from it as they near it. And on arriving at the bowl, they bring the canoe to a stop. They reach up and they take that bowl. They see that within the bowl is an electric blue liquid. They drink some of that liquid and instantly feel the coolness of the liquid spread down through their body, out through their limbs, reaching up to the top of their head, filling them with peace and calm, and a deep sense of curiosity and wonder. And this is followed by suddenly feeling a connection to this landscape, feeling and deeply understanding the water, the air, the trees, plants and animals, closing their eyes and having a sense in their mind of a connection, a thread, like a golden thread through all those portals, connecting each portal together and seeming to almost step outside of themselves and the experience, to see the broader web of connections of multiverses, the way everything is interconnected, with these portals being bridges between worlds, and seeing worlds and stars connected, galaxies connected, entire universes interconnected, and then those universes connected to other universes, like a vast multiverse web, where one change has an effect on everything else. And they gain this deeper understanding, not just of one location and the world there, but of the entire multiverse, of what is in that multiverse, of all the living beings, the consciousness that permeates the multiverse, carried as the energy through each of the universes in the multiverse, and feeling and seeing the different paths from one universe to another that help to bridge and transport what is in one place with all other places. And despite the overwhelming amount of information contained within the experience, the genie feels a deep sense of peace and calm, like the feeling you get when you're in a flow state and you're carrying out a task easily and effortlessly, and you're almost an observer on that complicated task you're carrying out, knowing your body knows what to do and how to do that effortlessly, so easily. And as the experience comes to an end, so the genie releases that bowl and it almost springs back into place, hovering, floating, bobbing gently up and down as if on a cushion of air. And the experience integrates deeply with the genie as they begin to find their way back through from one universe to the next, carrying this experience with them until eventually they find themselves back where they started, and they leave the planet. They head back to their space haven. They settle down on a cushion of stardust, watching the universe around them, seeing the distant galaxies, the stars in the sky. But now, being able to close their eyes and drift inside, center themselves on the perception they want to have, open their eyes again and see the interconnected nature of all things, like seeing the interdimensional cosmic web. As they take time to close their eyes, and in their own way, in their own understanding, drifting and floating peacefully asleep into Slumberland. And as twilight falls gently over a meadow, the sky turning shades of purples and fading golds, a light breeze carries a gentle scent of sage through the air, which lingers on the wind, and a small mouse named Milo, with fur the colour of autumn leaves, stands at the edge of a meadow, his eyes curiously fixed on a windmill ahead. And the windmill stands so tall and ancient, its stone body weathered by time and the seasons, yet its blades are turning steadily in the breeze, creaking softly with each rotation. There's something almost hypnotic about the rhythm of its turning, as if this windmill is caught in an endless, peaceful dance with the wind, And Milo has seen this windmill many times. But tonight, it feels different, as if something about this windmill is beckoning him closer. His whiskers twitch as he takes in some deep breaths, the evening air filling his lungs, that rich scent of damp soil, the sweetness of wild flowers. There seems to be an energy floating in the air tonight, something making his fur tingle with anticipation. He knows that something awaits him at the windmill, something hidden beyond the surface of the ordinary world that he knows. He walks forward towards that windmill, his paws padding silently across the gentle grass. The windmill's shadow stretching long across the meadow in the final hint of the fading light. The blades growing louder as he gets closer, creaking, turning, gently, softly, with its own rhythm. Once he reaches the base of the windmill, he pauses, looks up at how tall it looks from down here. He can see the stars overhead, just beginning to appear in the darkness. He starts to head into that windmill, and in the windmill he can see that there's a stone slab, and on that stone slab is a stone wheel turning slowly, and cogs working their way up the centre of the windmill. And tucked against the inside wall of the windmill is a spiral staircase. And so Milo climbs that spiral staircase, having to reach up to climb up each step, walk along the step, reach up to climb onto the next step, and the next step and the next, working his way up those steps, finding his way around that spiral staircase, ascending higher and higher within the windmill, until the spiral staircase finds its way out onto a wooden beamed platform, like a small room right at the top of the windmill, and stretching through the wall and into the centre of this windmill is the first pole of the mechanism that makes the windmill turn that stone wheel at the base. And on a small table up here in this tiny room, Milo finds a box. And in that box, he finds a golden key. And he knows this key must be for something, but he's unsure what. And attached to the key is an old frayed bit of string with a label attached to that string. And the label seems to be a small drawing like a map with a winding path and an X. And near that small drawing is a circle with a narrow X and a double line weaving near that circle. And Milo recognizes that circle with the narrow X must be the windmill, because the double line and the way it weaves resembles the path of the nearby river. And the line drawn leading to the X that marks the spot of something seems to weave its way over and across the double line at the point where there's a bridge. And Milo is curious and so decides to take the key and see what's at that X. And they descend those spiral stairs again, all the way down to the base of this windmill, leaving the windmill and following that tiny map. And they head down through meadows, through those wildflowers, along the edge of the river, to the stone bridge which passes over the river, and then follow that path as laid out on that tiny map, weaving their way into a nearby forest. And the deeper they walk into the forest, the more the sound of that windmill in the distance and the sounds of the meadow fade, with the sounds of rustling leaves overhead, sound of an owl off in the distance somewhere here in the forest, the dim light of the moon creating gentle silver shards of light, dancing before Milo as he feels the excitement of this adventure, curious what's going to be at the end of this path. And as he walks, following this path, eventually he can hear the sound of a crackling campfire and see the faint orange glow of a fire dancing through the trees. His pace slows so that he can see what he's approaching. As he gets closer, he can just about feel the slightest hint of the warmth from that fire, even though it's some distance off. And he notices the fire is in a small clearing within this forest. And sitting beside the fire in that clearing is a fox, its fur shimmering in the firelight. And this fox is cooking some chestnuts over this fire. And Milo works his way out from the edge of the forest into the clearing. And the fox looks up watching Milo approaching, looking on with the most friendly gaze. And the fox invites Milo to sit with them by the fire, enjoying the warmth of this fire, offering some food to Milo. And they share the food together, and then Milo is offered a drink which tastes a lot like hot chocolate, so rich and smooth and creamy, with a hint of mint that brings clarity to his senses. And Milo explains that they had found a key, and they're on a journey to see if the X that marks the spot on the tiny map attached to the key is anything of interest. They're driven by deep curiosity. And the fox listens and tells them perhaps they should rest for the night, rather than making all that journey in the dark. And so Milo puts up a small tent, and as the fire burns down to embers, so the fox goes into their tent, Milo goes into his tent. They settle down and drift asleep. And the next morning, Milo says goodbye to the fox, thanks them for the food and drink the night before, and the fox says, "I hope you enjoy your journey and find what you're looking for." And Milo sets off, following that path through the clearing, back into the forest, on the other side of the clearing. And as walking through this forest, the trees arch overhead, the dappled sunlight dancing around them. There's a slight coolness to the air, but the breeze can be heard at the tops of the trees but barely makes it down to the ground. His small feet padding gently through the undergrowth, leaves rustling, the sounds of birds echoing through the forest, and between the bird sounds is the most pleasant silence. And he continues through this forest following that small map, and is walking so long he has to stop to take a break, have something to eat, and then carries on walking. And eventually he finds he's walking in the dark again as the next night sets in, and the journey turns out to be longer than he'd expected. And as he walks and night sets in, so he sees small glowing dots moving around him, weaving through the trees. The sight of flickering fireflies and what looks like some glowing orbs. And he continues on, deeper and deeper into this forest, aware he'll have to stop for the night again soon. And as he continues, he comes across an ancient oak tree. And this oak, with its roots tangled and thick, its trunk gnarled and rough, feels like this tree contains some wisdom. And Milo climbs up onto the trunk of the tree, walks around the trunk of the tree, and then finds nestled among the roots around the base of the tree a small wooden door that seemed to be almost hidden. And he knocks on the door, doesn't get any answer, and so he gently pushes that door open with curiosity. And as he pushes the door open, he's surprised that a soft amber glow seems to emanate out from within that door. And he steps into this illuminated space, the scent of the oak surrounding him, and finds himself in a cozy rustic den. And the room is small and intimate, lit with a few flickering candles, their flames dancing gently in the still air. Wooden shelves filled with books and trinkets and jars of strange colourful powders lining the walls. And in the centre of the room is a hedgehog with a neat curled moustache, wearing a tie-dye shirt that's a patchwork of bright colours standing out vividly against the earthy tones of the room. And that hedgehog is sitting calmly at a wooden chessboard, studying the pieces as though so deeply lost in thought. And Milo realizes this is why the hedgehog didn't answer the door. They were so lost in this game. They were unaware of the sound of the knocking. But as Milo approaches, the hedgehog notices, and initially is a little startled, but then invites Milo over to join in the game. And the hedgehog sets up the chess pieces for a brand new game. And Milo asks, "Weren't you in the middle of something?" And the hedgehog responds, "They've memorized where the pieces were. When Milo goes, they'll just place everything back how it was and continue the game from before." And as they play, the pieces tap softly against the wooden board. There's something deeply relaxing about the experience. And Milo talks with the hedgehog while they're both focused on the game. The hedgehog sharing stories of living in this forest, in the heart of this ancient tree, of their ancestors living here, and their ancestors' ancestors. And eventually, the hedgehog wins the game, and Milo never really expected to win against a hedgehog who seems to know how to play chess. And the hedgehog invites Milo to spend the night, saying that it's dark and late outside. It's best to rest, continue your journey in the morning and shows Milo through to the coziest room with the most comfortable bed. And deep in the heart of this ancient oak tree, Milo falls asleep, sleeping deeply and so soundly relaxed, awakening the next morning feeling so refreshed and revitalized, setting off from the hedgehog to follow that tiny map deeper and deeper into this forest. And while walking deeper and deeper into the forest, Milo notices a strange glow growing brighter and larger overhead that seems to be descending towards them. He's curious what this glow is, and is surprised to notice a flying car floating down, seemingly from the stars. It seems to be hovering down so silently, so gently and smoothly, and it stops, hovering just above the ground. And a window opens in the car, and Milo's curious who is the other side of that window. And then he sees a friendly face lean towards the open window, leaning into view, smiling at him. And it's a rabbit with its fur as white as snow, and eyes twinkling with a certain level of mischief. And the rabbit offers to give Milo a lift. And with curiosity and never wanting to miss a chance for an adventure and an experience they'll probably never have again, Milo heads around the vehicle, climbs up into the flying car, and with a soft hum and a slight whir, the rabbit presses a button. The car lifts effortlessly higher into the air and begins to head off above the forest. And from up here, for the first time ever, Milo gets to see what the landscape looks like from overhead. You can see in the distance that far off windmill, the weaving river, the forest he's travelling through. He explains to the rabbit he's trying to find his way to the end of this path shown on this map. And the rabbit says, "I'll take you all the way there if you'd like." And so the rabbit glances at the map and takes Milo all the way to that destination, landing near the destination, and Milo thanks them for their help. He wonders how long it would have taken to walk this distance, and whether he'll be walking all the way back. And he looks at the map, and he looks around him, and he finds the path he's supposed to be on, and continues along that path until eventually he comes to a grand tree. He heads around that tree, and sees an entrance into the tree, and the entrance is locked and needs a key, and he places the key into the lock, and with a clunk he twists the key and the lock releases, and with a squeak the door opens. He walks inside, closes the door behind him, and finds himself at the top of a spiral staircase. He begins to descend that spiral staircase. 10, 9, 8, going deeper and deeper. 7, 6, 5, 4, all the way. 3, 2, 1, and he finds himself at the base of the spiral staircase, stood before a door. He opens the latch on the door, pushes the door open, walks into a chamber deep beneath this tree, and in the center of this chamber is a chest on a pedestal. He heads over to that chest, opens up the chest, and inside the chest, encased in velvet, is a ornate bottle containing a glowing potion that radiates a soft blue luminescence, shimmering like starlight captured in a bottle. The note on the bottle says, "Drink me." He doesn't hesitate for long before popping the cork on the bottle, bringing that drink to his lips, having a small sip of that cool, smooth liquid as it flows so pleasantly down his throat. And almost instantly, he discovers the world around him shifting, as if the air has become lighter, as if everything around him becomes weightless. The ground beneath his feet gives way for something softer, almost like he stood on the surface of a cloud. Everything around him begins to blur, and the landscape begins to transform, slowly at first, as if the reality is bending, reshaping, changing into something else. And as the world around him begins to settle again, he feels like he's now walking on clouds, his paws sinking very slightly into the ground before springing back. And all around him, he finds he's in an environment where he can see mythical creatures wandering peacefully through this strange, new, dreamlike realm. He can see unicorn grazing on dewy emerald grass, their silvery coats shimmering under a surreal sky. They seem to almost glow with an inner light, their peaceful presence adding to the sense of magic filling the air. It's as if he stepped into the heart of a dream, where anything is possible and everything is gentle and serene. The air seems to hum with the most wonderful melody, like a sound of distant wind chimes moving softly in a breeze. And that sound seems to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, helping Milo feel like they're drifting deeper and deeper into a reverie. Time seems to be stretching and bending, each moment flowing and moving differently to how they've experienced it before. And Milo explores this landscape for a while and discovers a lantern hanging in a tree. He lights a fire in the base of the lantern and watches as it floats from the tree up high into the sky, drifting so lazily through the air. He follows that lantern as it floats, curious where it's leading him. He can see dragons flying in the distance. He sees a phoenix rising from some ashes, and a griffin lands before him and offers to show him around this land. And he climbs up onto that griffin, struggles up onto its back as it takes off, flies around, soaring over the landscape, which looks so different to anything Milo is used to. And the griffin explains about this land, this being a land of dreams and make-believe, a land created by the wishes of others. And the griffin lands in the most beautiful meadow, and around the outside of this meadow are bushes containing berries which seem to shimmer and change in colour, like looking at oil on water. And the griffin explains the berries of this bush can be crushed and turned into a blue liquid, which, when drunk, can transfer you through from one reality to another. And Milo is sure he's already encountered this liquid in that jar. And he takes some of those berries. He mixes up a small amount of that liquid. The griffin offers to take him back to where he started. He drinks that liquid. The reality around him shifts. He finds himself back in that chamber. He leaves the chamber, ascends the spiral staircase, seals the door behind him, and begins to make his journey back to that windmill. And as he journeys back to the windmill, He stops and takes some breaks and camps a night here and a night there, pondering the experience he's had. Eventually making his way all the way to the windmill, over many days of travelling. And once back at the windmill, he heads to the top, places the key back where he found it, curious if anyone else in the future will travel here, ascend those steps, find that key and decide to investigate, and heads back to his home as night is setting, enjoys a good meal, and relaxing for a while before heading to bed, feeling so comfortable, sleeping in his own bed for the first time in many days, and resting down in that bed, still pondering over his experience and what he's learned from it, as he drifts and floats so peacefully, so relaxed into Slumberland. And it's about an hour just before dawn, where the world seems to be holding its breath, waiting with anticipation for that light to return. And you stand on the edge of a river, gazing out at the mist gently rolling over the surface of that river, barely being able to see it in the very dim light. As the sky begins to softly change colour, as the sun carefully starts to rise, and you can feel the coolness of the air against your skin. You can breathe in that refreshing morning air. Here by the water, breathing in the freshness, the scent of that water, the water seeming almost unnaturally calm. Before the slightest tinge of the sun tickles your cheeks, and the warmth begins to evaporate that mist. And you carefully place your kayak in the water, and then climb into that kayak, taking hold of the paddle, feeling the kayak with the weight of you in it, touching the bottom this close to the shore, and pushing off the shore with the paddle, while bouncing your body ever so slightly, just to help the kayak move away from the shore, to be floating comfortably on this river. And then, with this sound of each stroke with the paddle, the feeling of the paddle as it moves through the water, and the smoothness of the kayak almost cutting its way through this water, you begin to travel along this river, the world around you so still, so calm the water only being disturbed by the paddle and the ripples spreading out. As you continue to move through this water, and those ripples spreading out, making reeds by the shore wave gently as if there's a breeze, falling into an almost hypnotic rhythm of paddling one side, then the other, one side, then the other, pushing the paddle through one side, then pushing the paddle through the water on the other. As that sun continues softly rising into the sky, you start to hear more sounds of the morning birds waking from their own slumber and singing to each other. Being able to continue breathing in that fresh, clean air, the coolness of each breath, feeling a deep sense of peace and calm and serenity. As you travel deeper and deeper into the woodland, following this river, with everything seeming so still around you, almost as if time has slowed down. As you're drifting into thoughts and feelings triggered by the environment around you, just enjoying the morning light, the way that light reflects on the surface of the water, still almost taken aback by the profound stillness of the water before you. A kind of feeling like you're drifting through a different realm, a strange reality. And you find that rowing down this river in this kayak is so easy and effortless. You manage to continue on throughout the day. And almost lose track of time, only realizing by about lunchtime that you should perhaps stop and take a break. And so you head over to the shore. You find the perfect place to pull in against the shore, to disembark from your kayak, pull the kayak up onto those stones and then up further onto the grass, placing your oar down near the kayak, and then you set up a camp and a small campfire. And you make yourself some lunch and have your mind drifting so peacefully, almost into a reverie, as you just take in and enjoy this experience of being so relaxed. No worries, no cares. The weather is perfect. The kayaking is easy. There is nothing to worry about, just enjoying the experience, enjoying the way the leaves rustle in the trees, the way grass moves gently in the breeze, the way sunlight dances around you. Feeling that there's no urgency. It's just an experience to enjoy and to be a part of. And after taking your break for a while, you pack everything away, you clear everything up, you put out the campfire and bury that campfire, dousing it with a little water, before heading back to the river's edge, moving the kayak into the water once more, climbing into the kayak and once again pushing off from the shore to continue your journey down this river, each stroke so slow and deliberate, feeling the water through your hands, the way the pressure pushes on the paddle, the sensation of that against the hands holding the paddle, the way the water falls off of the paddle as it exits, as the other paddle then pushes into the water, and you continue your journey along the river, feeling like time is drifting along like the river you're on, so relaxed, so peaceful, so calming. And you can continue to hear the sound of the birds in the trees and begin to notice some clouds softly passing across the sky. And from time to time, you stop paddling in your kayak to rest back, hold the paddle on top of the kayak, and just drift along, gazing up at that sky, imagining the clouds as different objects, perhaps a bunny rabbit, maybe the cloud begins to look like a castle, maybe it looks like a running dog or an elephant standing on its back legs, the water now lapping so gently on the underside of the kayak as you continue to just allow the kayak to drift with the gentle current, feeling a deep sense of peace and harmony with this world, with this woodland here, before continuing on paddling a little bit more, each push shunting your kayak further along the river, so peacefully, so calming, so relaxed. Minutes drifting to hours, and those hours drifting through the day. But the time passing so effortlessly, you barely notice how much time has passed until you notice the sky changing colour and realise the sun is beginning to set. which almost brings you out of a reverie, out of being absorbed in the moment of the experience. To be aware, you need to pull yourself back over to the side of the river to set up a camp once more. And so you pull over to the side, exit the kayak, drag the kayak up onto the shore once more. You secure that kayak to the base of a tree, as you then set up a camp, attaching a base between some trees and a tent above that base, and a rope ladder up to your camp. And you have this camp suspended between those trees, a short distance from the river. Your kayak attached to the tree below you. You can hear the gentle bubbling of that river passing by. The camp sways ever so slightly to the top of the trees swaying in the breeze, and that motion, almost meditative, passing down through the top of the trees down to the base of the trees, moving that camp so gently, so softly. The gentle rustling of those leaves overhead, the distant hoot of an owl as twilight sets in, creatures finding their homes for the night, and the moon beginning to glisten off the surface of the river. And as the night sets in, so you descend your camp. You light a small campfire, you enjoy some evening food to the sound of the river. You rest back, letting that food go down, letting the campfire burn down to embers. And once it's burned down to embers, so you douse the fire and cover it over, ascend the rope ladder, head back into your camp and to that gentle rocking. You're lulled softly asleep, and you can hear as you fall asleep the sound of crickets outside, the occasional rustling of creatures jumping from branch to branch through the leaves of the trees. Your breathing deepening and relaxing as you fall asleep deeper and deeper into the experience. And while you drift and float so peacefully, so calmly asleep, so you imagine what it'd be like to be travelling down a river in a very different type of location, beginning to have a dream, as if kayaking down a river on a different planet with a different sky, perhaps a different natural hue to the sky, maybe more red or purple. through a very magical looking forest, where the trees hum the sound of the breeze, where the leaves tinkle like tiny bells, where light emanates from the movement of branches, and glowing lights fill the environment with bioluminescent plants and fungi and insects and other animals. And the water of this river on this magical alien world sounds different and feels thicker, almost like kayaking through honey, with the nature around giving such a sweet scent, and the stars overhead being a different nighttime scene to what you're used to, and the gravity on this alien world being lower, so the plants and animals, the trees are taller, and the paddling through the river is more effortless, despite the river being thicker, and you continue to be absorbed in this experience, enjoying this fantasy magical forest on a strange alien world, before drifting from dreaming sleep deeper and deeper, progressing into deep recuperative sleep as your body recuperates and recovers from the exercise of the day, from that kayaking, rocked so gently asleep in that tree camp. And then, after a number of hours of sleep, sleeping so soundly through the night, you begin to awaken to the light illuminating the fabric of the sides of your camp, and an awareness of that gentle rocking, the cool scent of the morning air creeping its way into your camp, and you exit the camp. You have yourself some breakfast. You walk over to the water's edge, splash some of that cool water on your face. You prepare yourself for another day of kayaking. You pack up the camp and kayak deeper and deeper into this woodland, following this river. And by around the middle of the day, you arrive at your destination, a location to pull that kayak into the land. You tie the kayak to the base of a tree and set off from this point on foot, and you walk further into the woodland, now getting out a map to follow this last part of your journey. And you walk your way through ancient paths laid down by years of animals treading these roots. You hear the crunching of the twigs and ground underfoot, climbing over roots, weaving around branches, walking through the dappled light ahead. And while you continue walking, so the trees seem to be older than previous, as if you're walking into a more ancient part of this woodland. The trees seeming more craggly, the moss seeming more bouncy. You start to have this feeling like you can hear or deeply feel within you a soft, deep and gentle humming, like a musical note hitting the perfect frequency that brings deep comfort and calmness. You start to notice that the moss underfoot glows with each footstep. That the bark of the trees glows where your hand touches them, and the handprint fades over a few seconds after you remove your hand. And pushing through branches, those branches chime like bells, tinkling softly, barely perceptibly with each movement. You have this sense that this area of ancient woodland gives a dreamlike quality to the experience, as if this area of woodland shimmers with magic and wonder. As you continue walking deeper and deeper into the heart of this area, and while walking deeper into this ancient woodland, the trees seem to become denser and more magical. And after walking for some time and the air becoming deeply still and seeming almost heavy, and it feeling like dusk, even though you're sure it's barely late afternoon, you notice a small stone building covered in moss. You head over to that small stone building where you can see the gentle glow of light in the windows. And as you knock on the door, so the door creaks open, and a soft, shimmering fairy opens that door, flies out of the door, and is hovering before you. Her wings are so delicate, translucent, seeming to sparkle with light as they flutter. She ushers you into her home. You walk into the home, having to duck slightly to go through the door. She flutters in behind you, closing the door behind her, and she begins to make a drink for you, mixing in some mushrooms mixing in some herbs and other bits and pieces from this woodland, adding in the hot water, stirring it all together. She hands you this drink and tells you to drink that drink, and you can feel the warmth of the mug in your hands, and you drink the drink and taste that sweetness of the drink and feel deep relaxation spreading through you, and feel a connection growing with the world around you. And she tells you that there's magic that flows through this ancient woodland. Everything here is connected. The trees, the plants, the animals. It all works in harmony. She tells you this drink you're drinking will help you to be able to have that connection with this world around you, to be able to experience this deep connection. And if you're willing and able, you can connect and internalize that connection so that long after you leave this forest, you'll carry that connection to all things within you. It'll continue to flow through you. On some level deep within you, you'll be in harmony with the world around you. And she shares wisdom with you, knowledge unknown to outsiders. She shares some secret magic with you, and allows you to spend the night. And so you spend the night, absorbing all your learning, allowing the drink to flow through your body, softening and relaxing from the head all the way down to your toes, filling you with this connection to the world around you, to the idea that you're not an island, you're part of a whole. And the next day, you awaken, feeling like you see the world in a new way. The fairy bids you goodbye. You head back off the way you came. And it takes a while, but you find your way all the way back to that river. And as you travel back along that river, so you now observe the world around you in a deeper, more profound way than you had done before, as if your senses to this world have been heightened, your understanding of this world has been heightened, having a greater connection to all things. And you stop and camp for the night on your way back, continuing your journey again the day after, and halfway through the day stopping and camping again, until eventually you finish your journey. You make your way home And all the way home, you're aware that the world you see around you now seems brighter, more vivid, seems richer and more detailed. You can see connections in the way everything operates, from the birds and the bees to squirrels in the trees, to the clouds passing overhead. You see how it's all in harmony, all connected. And you head home, and with this new and profound ability you've gained to see the world as if you've had some blinkers removed, opening up more that's there, that was always there, you just didn't know it. You ponder this as you drift and float so peacefully asleep, enjoying the restful night of relaxing in your bed for the first time in many days, drifting, floating so peacefully, so relaxed asleep into Slumberland. And the desert stretches endlessly. It's a sea of golden sands rippling beneath the last rays of the setting sun. The sky above is like a soft canvas, painted delicately with streaks of amber, rose and lavender. The colours fading gently as the day dims to twilight. And a small, kind and curious goblin, Grom, sits alone on a towering dune. They're watching the shifting horizon, their green skin glowing faintly in the warm light. Their wide-brimmed hat fluttering softly in the breeze. The wind sweeps across the dunes, stirring the surface in delicate patterns, making it look almost like the sand itself is alive. That sand twisting and turning, creating spirals dancing and shimmering in the fading sunlight, like golden whirlpools on an ocean of dust. And Grom relaxes watching these movements, dreaming of wishing that he could have some company to enjoy this experience with, feeling that this desert, though beautiful, it's vast and feels too big, too empty, too quiet. He takes out a small leather-bound journal. Its pages filled with notes and sketches from his wanderings. He flicks through his journal, looking at the different pictures he's drawn, notes he's taken. He always comes back to this one entry a note mentioning an ancient lamp he was told about many years ago. It was said to be buried beneath the sands of this desert. And as the sun continues to sink lower and deeper over the dunes, his mind drifts pleasantly into a reverie. He feels at peace, so comfortable, so calm here. And then in the distance, he hears a sound piquing his interest. This draws his attention back to the world around him. He notices off in the distance something shimmering and glimmering. He starts to journey in that direction, pacing through the sand. As the sun's almost fully set, and after walking long into the night, he arrives at the location of the shimmering, glimmering object. An old, ornate lamp, poking ever so slightly out from the desert sand. An advantage of the sands moving over time. The dunes may look stable and like they're in a single place, but really they're like waves on the ocean, just very slowly moving from one side of the desert to the other, always gradually revealing what was just beneath the surface while covering something else. And Grom reaches down, takes that lamp, pulls it free from the sand. He can feel a warmth from that lamp, almost like it's stored the warmth from the day. As he moves it, so it seems to glisten and sparkle. And while he rubs and buffs up and cleans that lamp, so he notices a low, rhythmic pulse. It feels as if the ground beneath him is trembling ever so slightly, as if the wind around him is changing, as if something mysterious is happening. The stars overhead seem to appear to be twinkling brighter, each one twinkling more than normal. The hum around him grows louder. The rhythm of his heart seems to almost match the rhythm of that hum. He feels that something's stirring. While holding that lamp, feeling its warmth, his eyes close. He feels himself relaxing deeper and deeper into the experience, making his mind and body very still. A sense of calm washes over him. almost like the lamp is now projecting deep relaxation. And as he reaches the peak of deep relaxation, his eyes open while holding on to that relaxation. He sees the ground in front of him beginning to move, almost turning to liquid, the sand shifting and flowing, and falling away as if into some unseen hole in the ground. And as the sand falls away, so he notices a hidden door just below the surface, carved into the earth itself. And this door has symbols etched around the outside and seems to shimmer and twist. Seeming to almost illuminate itself, having an ethereal glow coming from somewhere unknown. And the lamp begins to brighten, and warmth begins to spread out from that lamp, spreading in to his body, filling him with a sense of peace and calm, illuminating his surroundings and that door before him. And Rom walks to that door, presses his palm gently against the stone, the air around him becoming still as the door begins to groan open, the stone door sliding effortlessly yet sounding heavy, moving aside, revealing a dark passage beyond. And holding that lamp, its glow intensifying, he walks into the passage, and after just a few steps, he's aware of the deep comfort in this passage, out from the desert, the sand, the wind, just the stillness of this location. Almost like there's something ancient and calming down here, something waiting to be discovered. And he follows that silence deeper and deeper. The walls of this passage so smooth, cool to the touch. The glow of the light from the lamp bouncing off the walls of the passage. Recognizing the deeper he goes into this passage, the more the walls seem to be studded with crystals and sparkling stones, as if to help spread that light beyond where it should reach, filling the passage ahead with the most beautiful dancing colours, moving, dancing, changing with every step he takes. And still in the distance is a low hum. He feels almost like he's walking into a dream, the air hanging still around him. And eventually, he finds himself stepping out into a chamber where he sees a curious sight. Objects are drifting and floating lazily through the air around him. Delicate, fine china teacups hovering in mid-air. Teapots floating past with a whiff of steam coming out their spouts. Orbs floating by with the grace of jellyfish through water. The translucent forms shimmering in the most beautiful soft hues of blues and violets, seeming to almost glide with purpose. And then in the centre of the chamber is a pedestal which seems to be carved from the same stone as the walls, so smooth and polished. And sitting on the pedestal is a clockwork mechanism with its gears and cogs turning slowly, ticking away in such a soft and rhythmic way. Like the beat of a heart, so steady and comforting. Each tick barely an echo through the chamber. The pulse, lulling Grom deeper into relaxation. With curiosity, he moves closer to the device, looking at the gears, listening to the sound of the ticking, aware of those objects still just floating around him. It's as if this area has no gravity, and yet he's able to stand and walk here. And with a deep sense of peace and calmness, he sinks even deeper into the stillness of the moment, becoming more absorbed in this experience. As if there's some deeper meaning here. The wisps of thoughts entering his mind share that this seems like a place out of time, a space where dreams and reality intertwine, where the past and the present are in perfect harmony. He closes his eyes for a moment, letting the feelings, the rhythm of the room, sounds around him wash over him, absorbing him deeper and deeper, hoping to be so deeply absorbed, his mind can uncover the meaning of this place. And out of the stillness, it's almost as if dreams begin to flow. And as those dreams begin to flow, his eyes gently open, and he can see at the far side of the chamber is a flickering light beginning to form. And at first it's like just a soft light flickering, casting the most delicate shadow. And then that shadow seems to take on a form, and the flickering light seems to grow, and a form begins to take shape, which looks cloaked in stardust, shimmering with every colour of the universe. And then that figure begins to glide so silently and effortlessly as Grom feels a deep sense of peace and curiosity. The cloak around that figure rippling with different colours, gentle flashes of light, like the cloak is the most beautiful nebula in space. And as that cloaked being reaches the other side of the pedestal, and they look up, and in the most soft, melodic, calming voice, and the most peaceful, friendly looking face, they say, "I'm the keeper of connections. I'm the one that maintains the connection between all things, keeps everything working like clockwork, time ticking, stars forming, the dunes flowing, each action, each breath ripples around the world and throughout the universe. I am the light. I'm in the sky, the ground. I'm in all things, and all things are connected. And as Grom listens, he feels a deeper sense of calm spread over him. And the Keeper says to Grom, "You've been feeling lonely, feeling like you were alone, and yet you've never been alone. There is a connection with you and the desert, with you and the rising and setting sun, with the movement of the desert, the other animals of the desert, the clouds overhead, the stars twinkling like diamonds in the sky, the ticking of a clock, flowing of an ocean. The air around you. You're never alone. You never were. And the keeper gathers up some sand from the ground, places it into an hourglass, seals that hourglass, turns the hourglass over and asks Grom to watch that sand flow. Watch the way the sands of time trickle from the top chamber to the bottom in a steady flow, each moment unfolding in this same way. And Grom can hear those grains falling so peacefully from the top to the bottom. Such a gentle sound, so constant. And as he watches that sand falling from the top to the bottom, his eyes following the sand, they begin to close. The sound of that moving sand filling his mind. Visions beginning to form in his mind of people, places, moments from his past, and he starts to notice a glowing thread. And this thread seems to be connecting everything he's seeing in his mind's eye, shimmering in the air between each person, each place, each moment. He can see the village he comes from, the faces of different people, each lit by a soft glow, sand dunes stretching endlessly, the wind brushing his face, voices being carried on the air. He starts to notice the fabric of the world. These are the sands of memory, the keeper says. They hold the stories of those who have walked the earth long before you, now and in the future. And your story is told here too. Everything you say, everything you do, ripples through time, carried by the wind, the sand, everything remembered, everything connected. Every life is a thread in the wider tapestry of the world. And Grom gently opens his eyes, feeling such a profound connection to this world around him that almost brings a tear to his eye. He takes a few deep breaths, almost like a weight lifts from his shoulders as he watches the final grains of sand finish flowing from the top to the bottom of that hourglass. And then the keeper backs away, glowing in light, and seems to almost fade back into the wall at the far side of the chamber, and stillness sets back into the chamber. And Grom heads back out of the chamber, back out into the desert. He sets up a camp in the desert, sits by a campfire for a while, gazing at the flickering flames of the fire, as he drifts and floats deeply into a reverie, wondering about the experience he's had, the meaning of the experience, the connection with others, with all things. And as the fire burns down to embers, he settles down into his camp, hearing the wind on the canvas, and drifts peacefully into a sleep, falling deeply into a dream. He dreams of finding a large egg nestled in the roots of a grand oak tree, resting on a bed of moss. And the shell of this egg is pearlescent and seems to glow with an inner light. And as he approaches the egg, he can notice how it begins to move and vibrate, as if something inside is preparing to break free. And with a sense of anticipation and calmness and stillness in the air, he watches as that egg cracks softly and slowly, the sound barely audible, a bit like the soft tappings of raindrops on leaves. And gradually, the crack in the egg widens, and a sliver of light begins to shine through. And as the shell continues to break, little by little, a tiny bird emerges with shimmering feathers. Its wings seem so delicate, its body glowing like faint moonlight, its eyes bright and curious, and the bird seems so small and fragile. And it looks like it's seeking for connection. And the bird flutters its wings, manages to just lift itself a little off the ground, the glowing of its body increasing while it tries to fly. And eventually it manages to launch up into the air, fly and disappear into the canopy of the oak tree, leaving behind a soft trail of starlight. Grom approaches the tree, looks up into the tree, and sees that there are more birds up there that bird has joined. all interacting with each other and looking down and watching over Grom. And as Grom turns around, so the scene fades away, and he drifts deeper and deeper into that dream, and then beyond the dream, into the most pleasant, deep, recuperative sleep. And after sleeping so peacefully the night, he awakens the next day, exits its tent, and see the way that overnight some sand had built up around his tent. The fire had covered over. The morning sun felt so calm on his face. The blue sky stretching overhead. The light wind tickling his cheeks. Packing away his camp, he begins to walk through the desert, the sands shifting gently beneath his feet. He feels that something has changed. Something within him has shifted. A new purpose. A new sense of connection. A deeper calmness. And he continues walking through the day, until eventually, as he approaches the edge of the desert, he can see the lights of a town as nighttime begins to set in. He approaches that town, now curious who he might meet, connections he might form. And he finds a tavern that has a place to sleep for the night. He heads up to bed in that place, and dreaming about the future, about connections to be formed. He drifts and floats, so calm, so peacefully, asleep into Slumberland. And you're walking along through countryside, and the gentle rise and fall of the hills beneath your feet feels almost like a lullaby, the earth itself rocking you with every step. The air is crisp and clean, sweet with the scent of wildflowers that bloom in delicate clusters along the path. Above you, the sky stretches out in an endless blue, soft and smooth like a piece of silk, so calm that it feels as though the world itself is holding its breath. The sun is warm but not overwhelming, just a gentle golden blanket that drapes over the landscape, infusing the day with a serene glow, illuminating the hills, the grass, warming your skin with a kind of quiet tenderness, as though it's inviting you to relax deeper and deeper, to let go of anything that might be on your mind. And you continue to walk, and the ground beneath you gives slightly, the grass parting softly as though it recognizes every step that you take. And there's a soothing rhythm to the landscape, to your walking, to the gentle sway of the tall grasses brushing against your legs, the soft rustling of leaves stirred by a faint breeze. Everything around you moves so slowly, as though time itself is in no hurry, and the world invites you to match its pace. A low hum fills the air, the sound of bees moving lazily from one flower to the next, their wings buzzing in a slow, harmonious rhythm. You can hear the distant chirping of birds, their songs travelling through the air, calming your soul, each note carrying a message. As you relax deeper and deeper into the quiet peace that surrounds you, and with every breath, you can feel yourself becoming more connected to the world around you, drawing you deeper and deeper into the experience. And the hills you're walking over continue to undulate so softly, like the gentle movement of waves on a calm sea. Each ascent bringing with it a new view, a new stretch of peaceful green that unfolds before you, stretching out towards the horizon. And there's no hurry, no pressure to move quickly. And the path beneath you is soft, its edges lined with wildflowers swaying gently in the breeze, petals glowing softly in the golden light. And the warmth of the sun rests on your shoulders, so soothing and gentle, radiating through your body, filling you with a soft, drowsy comfort. The air around you so fresh, carrying those scents of the earth and the flowers. Each inhalation feeling like a deep, restorative breath, guiding you deeper and deeper into relaxation, while your own footsteps merge with the natural rhythm of the world, sinking you in calmness with the environment. And as you continue to walk, those hills stretching out before you, you continue to feel so deeply and so comfortably relaxed. And as the day begins to slip gently towards evening, the light shifts, casting long shadows, stretching across the hills. The sun hanging lower in the sky, its golden rays softening and kissing the tops of the trees ahead. As you approach the edge of a forest, its entrance marked by tall, majestic trees, their branches arched overhead. And as you enter, the air changes. You start to smell the scents of the forest. And as you enter the forest, passing into the dimly lit environment, you can notice the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. The world beyond the forest grows quieter, more distant. The trees towering overhead, branches gently rustling in the breeze, occasional leaves falling to the ground. The gentle, dappled light breaking its way through the canopy overhead, dancing before you. And the deeper into the forest you go, the more it seems to reveal its magic. You notice soft, ethereal lights starting to glow from beneath the leaves, pulsing gently, like the rhythm of a slow, peaceful heartbeat. You notice that the plants here are unlike anything you've ever seen before, their leaves shimmering with a faint luminescence, casting an otherworldly glow across the landscape. Small creatures moving quietly among the undergrowth. Everything moving so slow and graceful, as though this whole place is part of a dreamlike rhythm. A relaxing symphony designed to lull you to sleep. And as you continue walking, you start to hear the distant sound of water trickling over rocks, and the ground beneath you begins to feel a little softer, almost spongy. And you continue walking deeper and deeper into this forest, feeling a deep sense of peace and calm. And as night begins to set in, you find your way to that sound of flowing water. And you notice that stream runs through a clearing nestled here in the heart of this magical forest, where you can see the first stars of the night. And so you set up a camp, listening to the sounds change in the forest, from the daytime animals to the nighttime. Each sound so relaxing, so calming and comforting. You can notice the glowing, pulsing lights of this forest, from the plants and the animals, the insects flying in the air. You can notice that the temperature is just right to relax near a campfire to the sound of the running water, sitting in the entrance to your tent. You enjoy a warm cup of tea. You can smell the scent of that tea, the feeling of the cup in your hands, the warmth radiating into your palms. Noticing the sensation with each sip of tea you take, of the warm liquid passing in through your mouth and down towards your stomach, bringing in peace and calmness. And as the night continues to deepen, so you can see the broadening blanket of stars and the most beautiful silvery crescent moon gently rising above the trees in the way that it is reflecting in the water of the stream. And the scene is so enchanting and magical. And you're aware as you gaze up at those stars, how the different constellations you can see were once ancient stories to different people. As people imbued the night sky with the stories of their time, of the myths and legends they wanted carried through the generations. And you find as the night continues on that any thoughts that were once racing through your mind begin to drift away like leaves passing down the stream, each breath relaxing you deeper and deeper into the experience, hearing those nighttime sounds calming you further, and time seems to stretch out like every second lasting a minute. And then after a while, you rest back into the tent and you close your eyes to just enjoy being in the moment, letting the sounds and sensations wash over you, guiding you into the most peaceful state of stillness, relaxing you deeper and deeper. And as you lie back in the tent, listening to the sounds, you begin to comfortably drift asleep. Sometimes aware of the sounds outside the tent, other times more focused on the changing focus to the land of dreams in your mind. The last of the worries fading away as you rest into peaceful slumber. And as you drift quietly and peacefully asleep, you can notice your body beginning to feel weightless, as if suspended in a state of perfect relaxation. The temperature around you just right to facilitate the most deep and comfortable sleep. And the next morning, you awaken to the light of the new day shining onto the tent, making the tent seem to almost glow with warmth. You can hear the morning sounds of the forest. You can breathe in the fresh, cool and comfortable air, and continue to hear the sound of the stream flowing. You enjoy a comfortable breakfast, looking forward to your journey ahead today. And you pack up your camp and you follow that stream until the stream merges with a river. You continue to walk alongside this river, walking deeper and deeper through the forest, enjoying the soothing sound of the flow of the water. Each step relaxing you deeper and deeper into the experience. And after hours of peaceful walking, you find yourself approaching a secluded clearing where you discover the remnants of a forgotten civilization, with crumbled stone walls half hidden by moss and vines, reclaimed by nature over centuries. You look at the ruins and feel that they seem so humble, as if they've always belonged to the forest. You notice the way that nature has so gently folded these ancient structures into its embrace. You walk among the ruins. You reach out and touch one of the crumbling walls, your fingers brushing so delicately against the rough surface of the stone, feeling the cool beneath your hand, solid yet fragile. And you notice that some of the stone is adorned with intricate carvings, faded and worn by time. You can't work out what they tell the story of, what their meaning is. But you have this feeling that ancient wisdom lingers in this area, and that these ruins once held great meaning. And this area feels so still, so contemplative, so relaxing. And as you walk around these ancient ruins, you discover an entrance to what appears to be an underground chamber. And the stones framing the entrance are larger and more ornate, yet still deeply weathered by time. And you head towards that entrance, and with curiosity and excitement, you walk through the threshold, descending, curious what you'll discover. And as you descend, you notice how the steps beneath your feet are smooth and worn by time and by those who repeatedly descended these steps in the past. And each footstep echoes so gently around the walls of this underground chamber. And once down in the chamber, you notice its quietness, the stillness of the air, that it's cooler than on the surface. There seems to be a soft light filtering through the chamber from an unknown source, perhaps the walls just gently glowing themselves. You can see faded carvings, intricate designs, the way they seem to be depicting scenes of a flourishing civilization now long gone. Their stories etched forever into these stones, and in the centre of the chamber, bathed in that soft ethereal glow, sits an ornate bottle resting on a stone pedestal. The bottle is small but exquisitely detailed, covered in gems which catch the soft light and sparkle and shimmer. You walk over to that bottle. You run your fingers around the surface of the bottle. With a deep breath, you lift the bottle off of the pedestal, noticing that it's much lighter than you'd expected. You take a look around the whole bottle while holding it. You carefully reach for the cork and pull that cork from the top of the bottle. And with a gentle sigh, as if the bottle itself is releasing a long-held breath, a pastel pink mist begins to pour out, swirling delicately in the air. The mist moves with grace, as if it's sentient, expanding and unfurling with a soft, fluid motion, spiraling upward, forming shapes that drift and twirl like tendrils of a dream, light and airy yet full of presence. The cloud seems to dance in the air, its soft pastel hues glowing faintly in the dim light. It swirls around you, its form ever changing, shifting like a gentle breeze through an open window. As it floats gently around you, the cloud's delicate movements feel soothing, almost hypnotic. You can feel yourself relaxing deeper and deeper as your mind becomes quieter and quieter while watching the cloud's graceful dance. The room around you seems to blur at the edges, and all that exists in this moment is the soft, gentle presence of the pastel cloud, its form expanding and contracting in a peaceful rhythm. The cloud moves closer, and you feel its cool, light presence brushing against your skin. It carries with it a faint, sweet scent, like the first breath of spring flowers blooming after a long winter. The soft air stirs gently around you, and with it comes a sense of freedom, of release, as though the weight of time itself is melting away. The cloud's presence is light, airy, and yet it feels deeply comforting, like being wrapped in a soft, invisible blanket that brings with it a profound sense of peace. And the pastel pink cloud hovers gently before you, its form shifting as if it's considering something, preparing to speak. Then, from the center of the cloud, a soft, melodic voice begins to emerge, a gentle, soothing sound, filling the chamber with peace and kindness. "Thank you," the cloud begins. "You've released me from the confines of my bottle. For centuries, I was trapped within, waiting for someone to find me, to set me free." You begin to feel a connection with this cloud. "Long ago," the cloud says, "I served the people of this land. I was called upon to bring rain to their fields, to provide shade on the hottest days, and to transport them across great distances when they needed to travel. I was their companion, their guardian in the skies. But as time passed, the people faded away, their civilization forgotten by all but the trees and the stones of the forest. The cloud swirls gently around you as it speaks, its movements slow and deliberate. When the people were gone, No one remained to call me from the bottle, and so I remained trapped, waiting in silence, hoping that one day someone would come. And now you're here. The cloud pauses in a moment of quiet reflection. I'm free now, the cloud says, and for that I offer you my gratitude. Let me show you the world as it once was. Let me take you on a journey through the skies. The cloud begins to expand, filling the room, wrapping around you like a soft, weightless cocoon. Come, the cloud says, let's journey together. And with that, you feel yourself lifting softly off the ground, rising gently into the air as the cloud carries you upwards. The chamber beneath you fades away, and all around you is the soft, pastel glow of the cloud, its presence like a dream come to life, guiding you deeper and deeper into a world of peace and wonder. And the cloud lifts you gently into the air, as though the ground beneath your feet has melted away, leaving you weightless and free. You don't feel any tugging or pulling, only the soft, effortless sensation of rising. The air around you is cool and crisp, a refreshing breeze that brushes lightly against your face, carrying with it the scent of distant mountains and the sweetness of wild meadows below. Beneath you, the landscape stretches out vast and serene, like a painting unfolding before your eyes. Rolling hills, rippling softly like waves, their green folds blending into meadows that shimmer under the sunlight. Beyond the meadows, forests gather in a quiet cluster, their tall trees swaying in slow, rhythmic movements, as though they too are a part of the peaceful dance of the earth. Rivers wind their way through the landscape, silver threads glinting in the light, weaving patterns of calm as they meander towards the horizon. The cloud moves effortlessly, carrying you higher with each breath, its surface soft and cushioned beneath your body. It rises and falls in a gentle rhythm, lulling you deeper and deeper into the most pleasant reverie. Above you, the sky stretches endlessly, a canvas of soft blues and whites. The clouds around you, floating in peaceful clusters. Birds soar beside you, wings outstretched, gliding so effortlessly on currents of air. All seeming so unhurried, just dancing with the sky. Feathers shimmering in sunlight. The air is pure and fresh, filling your lungs with each deep breath, bringing with it a sense of renewal and new beginnings. the cloud carrying you higher as you sink deeper into the most peaceful relaxation. And as you approach the mountains, you can notice their snow-capped peaks sparkling like a million diamonds in those mountains. You begin to have this sense of how everything is connected, all the parts of the landscape, the flora and fauna, you start to feel like time here has slowed or perhaps even slipped away entirely, leaving you suspended in this moment of pure stillness. The more you float, the deeper you relax, and the deeper you relax, the softer the cloud seems to become. The cloud moves with the air, the landscape rolling past below, and after what feels like the most peaceful eternity of drifting in the sky, seeing what this world once looked like, the cloud descends again, heading back to the chamber. And once back in the chamber, the cloud swirls around you, gradually lowering you down to the chamber floor, dispersing from you and reforming before you, leaving you with a deep sense of peace and calm. The cloud hovering before you says that the artifact, which was here in this chamber, was never really a reference to the bottle. It was a reference to them. They spoke of how now the bottle is open, they'll be able to come and go as they please. People sought the bottle, thinking the bottle held magic, but the magic was actually the cloud. The cloud thanks you once more for freeing it. And you set off from this chamber. You make the journey back the way you came. Find your way back through that forest, back over the hills and meadows, all the way back home. And once home, you settle down in bed, pondering and thinking of the experience you've had. As you drift and float, so calmly, so peacefully relaxed, into Slumberland. In the heart of a forest, untouched by time, where ancient trees stand like silent sentinels and the earth whispers secrets only the wind can carry, a new day begins to unfold. The first light of dawn stretches its delicate fingers through the dense canopy, painting the world in hues of soft gold and tender green. The air is crisp, invigorating, and filled with the scent of pine needles and rich, damp earth, as though the very breath of the forest is infused with life itself. Nestled within a den, carved from the roots of a great oak, Lupa, a young wolf pup, stirs from the depths of sleep. The den is warm, a cocoon of safety woven from the steady breaths of her siblings and the soothing rhythm of her mother's heartbeat. Lupa lies in a tangle of fur and limbs, the warmth of her family pressing against her small, soft body, grounding her in the comfort of the pack. But even as she dozes, the world beyond the den tugs at her awareness, like a distant melody carried on the wind. In her dreams she runs, her paws pound the earth, firm and sure, as the wind rushes through her fur, lifting her spirits and filling her with a wild, untamed joy. The forest spreads out before her, vast and full of wonder, each tree a towering giant, each shadow a mystery waiting to be explored. The freedom of the wild calls to her, a voice as old as the mountains, as compelling as the moon. As the dream lingers, her eyelids flutter and she wakes, blinking in the dim light of the den. The vividness of the dream clings to her mind, like the echo of a far-off howl. She breathes in deeply, savouring the familiar scents of home, the earthy scent of the den, the sweet musk of her siblings, and the comforting aroma of her mother. But beneath it all, she detects something more, the scent of dawn, fresh and full of promise, seeping into the den, beckoning her outside. Lupa's heart quickens with anticipation. She stretches her small, lithe body, feeling the slight resistance of her muscles as they wake from their slumber. Around her, the den is filled with the soft sounds of her pack stirring, the gentle rustle of fur against the earth, the quiet snuffling as they prepare to greet the day. The light filtering into the den is soft, a promise of warmth and light beyond the confines of their shelter. Her mother, the alpha female, stirs beside her, her presence a reassuring constant. The older wolves rise first, their movements deliberate and calm, a well-practiced routine honed by years of survival in the wild. Lupa watches them, her young heart swelling with admiration and the desire to prove herself worthy of the pack. But more than anything, she feels the call of the wild pulling her towards the unknown, towards the adventure that lies beyond the den's entrance. With a final glance at her siblings, still nestled in sleep's embrace, Lupa rises on her small paws. The earth beneath her is cool, a grounding sensation that steadies her excitement. The den, once a place of warmth and security, now feels like a threshold, a portal she's ready to cross. The world outside beckons, and with youthful energy and boundless curiosity, she steps forward, eager to greet the day. As she emerges into the open air, the world greets her like an old friend. The forest stretches out before her, every leaf and blade of grass illuminated by the soft, golden light of dawn. The birds are already awake, their songs filling the air with a chorus of life. Lupa pauses, her senses overwhelmed by the beauty of the moment. The cool breeze ruffles her fur, a gentle caress that carries the scents of pine, earth, and distant rain. The sky above is a canvas of pastel hues, promising a day full of possibilities. She breathes in deeply, filling her lungs with the fresh morning air, and feels the thrill of the wild coursing through her veins. This is her world, a place of endless wonder and adventure where every day brings new discoveries, and today she's ready to embrace it all. The pack gathers around her, their presence a comforting reminder that she's never alone. They are her family, her protectors, and her guides in this vast, untamed world. As they prepare for the day's run, Lupa feels a sense of belonging, of being part of something greater than herself. She may be young, but she is a wolf, and the call of the wild is in her blood. With a final glance at the den, now bathed in the gentle light of morning, Lupa takes her place among the pack. The world is waiting and she's ready. The forest deepens as the pack begins their run, a journey as old as time itself. The trees close in around them, their towering trunks forming a cathedral of nature, where the sun's light filters through the leaves like stained glass. The ground beneath their paws is soft and forgiving, a carpet of fallen leaves and moss that muffles their movements, allowing them to glide silently through the undergrowth. Lupa runs alongside her pack, her small body moving in harmony with the rhythm of the run. Each stride is a dance, each breath a shared song that unites the pack in their journey. The bond between them is palpable, a living thread that connects them all, from the eldest wolf to the youngest pup. In this moment, Lupa feels the power of the pack, the strength that comes from unity, and the freedom that comes from the wild. The forest responds to their presence, its ancient heart beating in time with theirs. Birds take flight as they pass, their wings a flurry of colour against the green backdrop of the trees. A deer, grazing in a clearing, lifts its head, its large, dark eyes watching the pack with cautious curiosity before it bounds away into the shadows. The wind, as if guided by the pack's movement, whispers through the trees, carrying the scents of pine, earth, and that distant rain. Lupa's senses are alive, each one attuned to the world around her. The sound of paws against the earth is a steady rhythm, like the heartbeat of the forest itself. The rustling leaves creating a symphony of sound. The scent of distant rain lingering in the air, while cool, fresh air fills her lungs, invigorating her with every breath. As she runs, Lupa becomes absorbed in the rhythm of the pack. Her thoughts, once a jumble of excitement and curiosity, now flow like a gentle stream, carrying her deeper into the heart of the forest. This is her reverie, a place where time seems to slow, and the world around her becomes a blur of green and gold. Every step brings her closer to the earth, every breath a connection to something greater, something ancient and wise. For a moment, she stumbles, her attention caught by a fluttering leaf or a glimmer of light dancing through the trees. The world around her seems to shift, the edges of her vision softening as if she's stepping into a dream. But before fear can take hold, an older wolf nudges her gently, guiding her back into the rhythm of the run. The touch is reassuring, a reminder that she's not alone, that the pack is always there to guide and protect her. Lupa recovers quickly, her youthful energy propelling her forward. The distraction fades and she once again becomes part of the pack, her thoughts flowing in harmony with their movement. The forest, once a place of mystery and wonder, now feels like home, a place where she belongs. The run continues, each step bringing them deeper into the forest, each breath drawing them closer to the wild heart of the world. Lupa loses herself in the rhythm, her thoughts drifting like leaves on a gentle breeze, the forest around her becoming a dreamscape, a place where reality and reverie merge into one. She feels the earth beneath her paws, solid and real, yet somehow ethereal, as if she's running on the very fabric of a dream. As the pack moves deeper into the forest, the light begins to change. The sun, now higher in the sky, casts longer shadows, and the colours of the forest shift from the bright greens of dawn to the richer, deeper hues of midday. The air grows warmer, and the scent of distant rain fades, replaced by the earthy aroma of sun-warmed pine and blooming flowers. Lupa's muscles stretch and relax with each stride, her body moving in perfect harmony with the rest of the pack. The feeling is exhilarating, a sensation of freedom and power that fills her with joy. She's part of something greater, something wild and untamed, and the world around her is alive with possibility. As they run, the forest seems to open up before them, revealing new paths and hidden glades. The trees, once tall and imposing, now feel like old friends, their branches reaching out to guide and protect. The world is a place of beauty and wonder, a place where every shadow holds a secret, every breeze a whispered story. And in this moment, as Lupa runs, she knows that she's exactly where she's meant to be. And the sun hangs gently in the sky, casting dappled light across the clearing at the edge of the hill where they pause to rest. The warmth of the day is tempered by a soft breeze, carrying with it the scent of wildflowers and the faint promise of a distant summer. The clearing itself is a sanctuary of tranquility, a grassy floor invitingly soft underfoot, as if nature herself had woven a carpet of green just for moments like these. Lupa stands at the centre of the clearing, her bright eyes gleaming with a mixture of mischief and joy. The run through the forest has left her exhilarated, her young heart pounding with the thrill of it all. But now, with the pack at ease, her boundless energy seeks a new outlet. She glances at her siblings, who, like her, are feeling the irresistible pull of play. Each one, though similar in appearance, carries a unique spirit. One is quick and agile, darting about like a streak of lightning. Another is bold and daring, always the first to explore the unknown. And then there's Looper, the curious one, always searching for the next mystery, the next adventure. With a playful bark, Looper charges at her closest sibling, initiating a game of chase that sends the pups into a joyful frenzy. The sound of their laughter, soft yips and delighted barks fill the clearing, echoing off the surrounding trees and carrying on the breeze. It's a sound that seems to lift the spirits of the entire pack, a reminder of the innocence and joy of youth. The siblings scatter, weaving through the tall grass and darting between the trees at the clearing's edge. Looper's legs pump with a rhythmic ease, her paws barely touching the ground as she runs. The world around her blurs into a kaleidoscope of green and gold, the sunlight filtering through the leaves in a way that makes the whole forest seem to shimmer. It's as if the very earth beneath her is alive, vibrating with the same energy that pulses through her veins. Looper feels a thrill of pure, unbridled joy as she races after her siblings, her laughter joining theirs in the symphony of play. She dodges and weaves, her instincts guiding her as she anticipates their every move. Her fur bristles with excitement as she chases one sibling down the hill, the two of them tumbling together in a playful heap. The tickle of grass on her back as she rolls, the warmth of the sun on her fur, and the comforting sound of her sibling's breath beside her. All of it combines into a moment of pure, perfect happiness. The hill is a gentle slope, and as the pups roll down its side, the earth beneath them is soft and yielding, cushioning their playful descent. The world seems to slow down, each tumble and turn stretching out in time until it feels as though they're floating, suspended between the earth and sky. Looper closes her eyes, letting the sensation wash over her, the gentle rustling of leaves, the feeling of weightlessness, the joy of being completely, utterly free. When they finally come to rest at the bottom of the hill, Looper lies on her back, panting softly, her chest rising and falling in time with the rustling leaves. She opens her eyes to see the sky above, a brilliant blue canvas dotted with wisps of white clouds. The sun, still warm and bright, bathes her in its light, filling her with a deep sense of peace. Her siblings gather around her, their laughter subsiding into contented murmurs as they nuzzle one another affectionately. The bond between them is strong, a silent understanding that they're each part of something much larger than themselves. In this moment, lying in the sun-dappled grass, surrounded by those she loves, Looper feels a profound connection not only to her family but to the land itself, the forest, the sky, the earth beneath her, all of it part of the same great, mysterious whole. As the pups settle down, their playfulness giving way to a calm that mirrors the stillness of the clearing. Lupa's mind begins to drift. Her thoughts, which moments ago were filled with the excitement of the chase, now turn inward, becoming absorbed in the quiet beauty of the world around her. The clearing with its soft grass and warm sun feels like a place out of a dream, a place where time slows down and every breath is filled with the sweetness of life. In this state of reverie, Lupa becomes aware of the subtle details that make this moment so perfect. The gentle flutter of a butterfly's wings as it dances on the breeze, the way the sunlight plays off the dew on the grass, turning it into a field of diamonds, and the soft, steady rhythm of her siblings' breathing as they begin to doze beside her. But even as she relaxes, letting the warmth of the sun seep into her fur, a part of her remains alert, curious. The joy of play has given way to a quiet wonder, a feeling that something new and exciting is just beyond her reach, waiting to be discovered. And it's this feeling that stirs her, that makes her sit up and look around the clearing, her keen eyes searching for whatever it is that's caught her attention. The world around her is still a peaceful place, but Lupa's sharp senses pick up on something. A flicker of light at the edge of the clearing, just at the bottom of the hill. It's faint, almost imperceptible, but it's enough to pique her curiosity. She glances at her siblings, who are now fully absorbed in their own rest, and then back at the source of the light. The pull of discovery is too strong to resist, and with a final, reassuring nuzzle to her siblings, she rises to her paws and trots off towards the edge of the clearing. The bottom of the hill is cool and shadowed, the sunlight unable to penetrate the thick canopy of leaves above. Here, the air is different, damp and slightly musty, with the scent of earth and stone mingling with the fresh green of the forest. Lupa's paws sink slightly into the soft earth as she approaches the source of the light, her heart beating with a mix of excitement and trepidation. The flicker of light comes from a dense tangle of vines and moss, which cling to the rocky base of the hill like a living curtain. The vines are thick, their leaves dark and glossy, and they move slightly in the breeze, as if they're alive. Lupa hesitates for a moment, her instincts warning her that this place is different, that it holds secrets she may not be ready to uncover. But the call of the wild, the same call that drew her from the den at dawn, now urges her forward. With a cautious step, Lupa approaches the vines. The light flickers again, just behind them, and she nudges the leaves aside with her nose, her curiosity overpowering her caution. The vines part easily, revealing a small, dark opening in the rock, a passageway that seems to lead deep into the earth. The light is faint, more of a glimmer than a glow, but it's enough to show her the way. Lupa's heart quickens as she peers into the darkness. The passage is narrow, barely wide enough for her to squeeze through, and the air that wafts from within is cool and damp, carrying with it the scent of old stone and deep hidden places. It's a scent that speaks of ancient secrets and forgotten paths, of places where the light of the sun has never reached. For a moment, Lupa hesitates. She glances back at the clearing, where the rest of the pack lies in peaceful repose, unaware of the discovery she's made. The familiar comfort of the pack calls to her, urging her to return, to stay within the safety of their presence. But the pull of the unknown, the thrill of discovery is stronger. She knows that this is a path she must walk alone. With a final deep breath, she steps forward. The earth beneath her paws is cool and solid, grounding her as she begins to squeeze through the narrow gap in the rocks. The rough texture of the stone walls brush against her fur, and the darkness closes in around her like a thick, comforting blanket. The sounds of the outside world, of the pack, the forest, the wind, fades away, replaced by the soft, echoing drip of water somewhere deep within the passage. As she moves deeper into the cave, the light behind her fades and the dim glow ahead grows stronger, guiding her forward. The passageway twists and turns, each bend revealing another stretch of shadowy tunnel, until Lupa can no longer see the entrance. She's completely surrounded by the earth, the cool stone walls pressing close on either side, the air thick with the scent of ancient secrets. Lupa feels a strange sense of calm, a deep, peaceful sense that settles over her like a warm cloak. She finds the darkness is comforting, like the embrace of the den at night. The cool, damp air soothes her, the echo of her footsteps a quiet lullaby that carries her deeper and deeper into the heart of the earth. Every step feels like a journey into another world, a place where time stands still and the concerns of the outside world are left behind. The cave is a realm of silence and shadow, where the only sound is the steady rhythm of her breathing, the only light the faint ethereal glow that guides her forward. As she ventures further into the passage, the walls begin to widen, the ceiling rising above her until it disappears into darkness, the air growing cooler, the scent of earth and stone stronger and stronger, and the echo of distant water more pronounced. Lupa senses that there is multiple sounds and scents coming from within this cave and through this cave. She's aware of every touch of the rough stone against her fur, filling her with a sense of awe and wonder. The passageway continues to twist and turn, leading her deeper and deeper into the unknown. The darkness becomes increasingly complete as she continues to follow that distant glow, finding herself enveloped in peace and calm, feeling a quiet joy that fills her senses with purpose, knowing this is a journey of discovery and wonder while she moves deeper and deeper into this cave. and the deeper she ventures into the cave, the more the world outside seems to slip away. And while she enters a chamber, she discovers that the walls now begin to change. They seem to be etched with strange symbols and markings that glow faintly in the dim light. These symbols, carved into the stone, tell stories of a time long past when the earth was young and spirits of the forest walked freely among the trees. She steps slowly as she takes in the markings, feeling a deep sense of wonder and curiosity. The symbols seem almost alive, their faint glow pulsing gently. As she rounds a corner, the passage widens slightly, revealing another small, hollow chamber, bathed in soft, greenish glow of bioluminescent fungi clinging to the walls. The light reveals shapes and textures of the space. The air is cool, the scent of damp earth surrounding her, and a fleeting occasional scent of flowers carried on a distant breeze. And Lupa's eyes are drawn to a small, delicate form lying on the floor of this cave. She discovers that it's a butterfly with crumpled wings, its once vibrant colours faded and dull. Lupa feels a deep sense of sorrow and empathy towards this tiny, fragile creature, feeling that it seems so out of place here in this cold, dark world underground. She approaches that butterfly, lowers her head, a warm breath washing over the butterfly, and a soft, comforting feeling, and the butterfly's wings flutter weakly in response. She feels this butterfly seems almost impossibly delicate, its wings like lace. And yet she feels there's a strength radiating from the butterfly, a resilience resonating deep within that butterfly that she recognizes within herself. She sees this small creature almost like a reflection of herself, something so small in a vast, overwhelming world, yet filled with determination. She feels an inexplicable connection, a bond that could transcend words and reason. She started to sense that this cave was beginning to feel more like a sanctuary, a place where time slows down and the rest of the world fades away. The markings on the walls, the soft glow of the fungi, the cool damp air, all becoming part of this moment. The stillness of the cave increasing, as if the earth itself is holding its breath. Lupa begins to drift inside her mind and begins to build up a sense of compassion, loving kindness within her heart, and begins to project out that compassion and loving kindness with each breath, with each beat of her heart. And as that loving kindness beams out from within her, pulsating out into the cave, she starts to hear the distant drip of water echoing through the cave. She starts to feel a deeper sense of calm, a sense that her breathing is beginning to match the rhythm of that dripping water. The butterfly begins to glow with a quiet light. Lupa remains focused, watching that light, holding onto that loving kindness, allowing that to pulsate through the cave. She notices the butterfly's wings beginning to mend, and the more they mend, the deeper Lupa's sense of peace and calm. The butterfly seems to be infusing with an otherworldly light. There seems to be a hum of energy vibrating through the cave, resonating through the stone and the very air they're breathing. The wings continue to smooth and mend, the veins in the wings glowing faintly with soft golden light. The butterfly transforming, growing, repairing. Lupa in awe at the magic that seems to be happening, while she holds on to that sense of loving kindness and projecting that out into the world. Colour begins to return to the butterfly's wings, and that colour increases in vibrancy, of blues and purples and golds rippling across its wings. Lupa begins to feel a sense of wonder and gratitude as she sees that butterfly healing. Before the butterfly stands to its feet, flutters its wings. Before flapping those wings and hovering and flying around, beating its wings softly in front of Lupa. And its wings beating seem to carry a message of gratitude and kindness and appreciation for Lupa's help. She learns that this butterfly is a spirit of the forest, a guardian of the natural world, and because of Lupa's kindness, they give her a gift, a token of gratitude for the compassion that she showed. They hand Lupa a small shimmering stone, a smooth and round stone glowing softly with a calming light that seems to pulse gently like the heartbeat of the earth. Lupa takes that stone and can instantly feel the power of it passing through her, filling her with a deep sense of peace and calm. And through its fluttering wings, the butterfly communicates that the stone will guide her through the rest of her journey and be there for her whenever she needs it, offering her guidance and calm and connection where she can communicate with the forest and its spirits. And holding that stone, Lupa feels that calm washing over her. A calm which resonates to the core of her being, easing any fears she might have, soothing any worries she might have, and filling her with strength and wisdom. And then the butterfly flies off down the cave, and Lupa watches as it flies along that cave, illuminating the walls around it with its soft, warm glow, before disappearing out of sight, as Lupa herself now heads through the cave, finds her way back through that cave and back into the forest, back into that air of the forest which seems so much thicker than the air in the chamber. She feels a different connection to this forest, different understanding of the forest than she had when she entered this place. She feels that her senses have heightened even further, that she can hear every sound of the forest in the most comforting way, that she feels a deeper sense of beauty in the forest than she'd felt before, that she can be aware of the energy of all living things in the forest and how interconnected everything is. She explores the forest, once familiar, now seemingly different, with a different perspective, almost like it's being seen through new eyes. And yet it's the same old forest. She finds her way to a river stretching through the forest, and this river seems alive, its powerful current weaving and cutting its way through the forest like a vein of liquid. The sound of that water rushing over rocks filling the air, the rhythmic roar drowning out all other sounds, as if when near the river is the voice of the forest. She can smell the air around the river, and how different that is to the scent that she can smell in the forest. She spends some time walking along the edge of the bank of this river, learning from the river, watching the way that twigs flow down the river, weave and bounce with the water, and find their way following the easiest path before starting her journey back to her den. And as she journeys away from the river, and the roar of that river fades, so she begins to hear the distant sound of howls reaching her ears, the familiar musk of her family in the distance. And she heads towards the sound of the howls, following the scent of that musk, looking forward to seeing her family after the journey that she's been on. And she heads all the way through the forest and begins to ascend the hill, heading back to the clearing. And back in the clearing, she sees the pack, their bodies outlined against the setting evening sun. She approaches her family. They greet her with wagging tails, shining eyes. They smell the different scents on her from her journey, and she excitedly tells them of her experiences. And they nuzzle together, they play, they rest, before heading back into the den, and Lupa taking her place among her family, feeling the warmth of their fur against hers, aware of the steady rhythm of their breathing. She closes her eyes for a moment, letting the sensations wash over her. And as the moon climbs higher in the sky, the gentle silver glow bouncing its way in through the entrance of the den, she begins to feel sleep approaching. And one by one, the wolf pack drift asleep until Lupa's eyes get heavier and heavier, before finally closing, and with a deep sense of warmth and comfort, and an even deeper connection to the world around her, she drifts and floats peacefully, relaxed asleep, into Slumberland.